My name is Kane, though my grandmother always called me by my Cherokee name, Kanadi. Most people at Wolf Lake National Park just know me as Ranger McKinnon. I've been working the backcountry for 8 years now, and I thought I'd seen everything these woods could throw at me. Black bears, mountain lions, the occasional crazy survivalist who thinks he can live off pine needles and rainwater. But last summer, the Park Service sent me on a temporary assignment to Alaska that changed everything I thought I knew about what lives in the deep wilderness. The assignment came down from regional headquarters in July. They needed experienced rangers to help with a search and rescue operation in the Tongass National Forest near Ketchikan. 3 separate groups had gone missing over the course of 6 weeks, and the local rangers were swamped. The area was remote, accessible only by floatplane or boat, and they specifically requested someone with tracking experience and knowledge of large predator behavior. I should have known something was off when they mentioned the last part. Alaska has plenty of bears, brown bears that make our black bears look like house cats. But the way the regional supervisor talked about it, like they weren't sure what kind of predator they were dealing with, should have been my first red flag. My grandmother was the one who taught me to pay attention to those kinds of warnings. She'd grown up on the reservation in North Carolina, back when the old ways were still remembered by more than just a few elders. Before she passed 5 years ago, she made sure I understood that there were things in the deep woods that didn't show up in any Park Service manual. Kanadi, she'd tell me, using the name that means, guardian of the hunt. Your ancestors knew that the forest has its own spirits, its own protectors. Some of them don't like it when people go where they shouldn't go. I used to think she was just passing down old stories, the kind every culture has about monsters in the wilderness. But the older I got, the more time I spent alone in the backcountry, the more I started to understand what she meant. There are places in the forest where the hair on your neck stands up for no reason. Places where every instinct you have tells you to turn around and walk away, even when there's nothing obviously wrong. Alaska, it turns out, is full of those places. I flew into Ketchikan on a gray Tuesday morning in late July. The floatplane pilot, a weathered guy named Bill who'd been flying these routes for 30 years, was unusually quiet during the hour-long flight from town to the remote ranger station. Usually, pilots love to talk about the country they're flying over, point out landmarks, tell stories about crazy passengers or wildlife sightings. Bill just focused on his instruments, and occasionally muttered something under his breath that I couldn't quite catch over the engine noise. When we finally sat down on the lake next to the ranger station, he helped me unload my gear but didn't stick around for the usual small talk. "You be careful out there," he said, and there was something in his voice that made me look at him more closely. "This country, it's different. The locals, they got names for things that live out here. Names you won't find in any biology textbook." Before I could ask him what he meant, he was already climbing back into his plane. I watched him take off, circling once over the station before heading back towards civilization, and I was struck by how quickly the sound of his engine faded into the enormous silence of the Alaskan wilderness. The ranger station was smaller than I'd expected, just a log cabin with a radio antenna and a small dock. My temporary supervisor, a tall woman named Sarah Chin who'd been working Alaska for 15 years, met me on the porch. "You must be McKinnon," she said, shaking my hand with a grip that told me she'd earned her place in this remote posting. "Hope you're ready to get your feet wet. We've got a situation here that's got everyone scratching their heads." Over coffee that could have dissolved paint, Sarah filled me in on the details. The first group to go missing had been a family of 4 from Oregon, parents in their 40s, 2 teenage kids, who'd been on a week-long camping trip. They'd checked in by radio every day for the first 3 days, then nothing. When search teams found their campsite 2 days later, it looked like they'd left in a hurry. Tents still up, food still in the bear canisters, but no sign of the family. "That's not the weird part," Sarah said, refilling our cups. "The weird part is what we found about 50 yards from their camp." She opened a file folder and spread out a series of photographs. Even in the artificial light of the cabin, I could see what had caught their attention. Footprints in the mud beside a small stream, but they weren't from any bear I'd ever tracked. The prints were enormous, at least 18 inches long and nearly 8 inches wide, with clear impressions of 5 toes. But what made them truly unsettling was how human-like they were. The heel, the arch, the way the toes were arranged. They looked like footprints from a person who stood at least 8 feet tall and weighed several hundred pounds. We had a wildlife biologist fly in to look at these, Sarah continued. Dr. Martinez from the University of Alaska. He took impressions, measurements, sent samples to the lab. His official report says unknown large mammal, but off the record, he told me he'd never seen anything like them. The second incident had happened 2 weeks later. A pair of experienced hikers from California, both in their 30s, both avid backcountry enthusiasts. They'd been planning a 5-day trek through some of the more remote valleys. Like the family, they'd maintained regular radio contact until they suddenly went silent. This time, the search teams found their packs and gear scattered along a game trail, as if they'd been running from something. No footprints that time, Sarah said. Too much rocky ground. But we found something else. She handed me another photograph, and I had to look at it twice before I understood what I was seeing. Wrapped around a small birch tree, about 7 feet off the ground, was what looked like a strip of fabric. But when I looked closer, I could see it wasn't fabric at all. Hair, I said. Coarse, dark brown hair. Long strands, like it got caught when something tall brushed against the tree. Dr. Martinez tested that too. Mammalian, but not from any known species in the region. The third group had vanished just a week before my arrival. 2 men in their 20s, college friends from Seattle who'd wanted to do some wilderness photography. Their campsite had been found completely destroyed, tents shredded, gear scattered, cameras smashed. And this time, there had been more footprints. That's when we called for backup, Sarah said. Whatever's out there, it's getting bolder. More aggressive. And the locals. She paused, looking out the window at the vast expanse of forest that stretched to the horizon. The locals are starting to talk. She didn't elaborate, but I had a feeling I'd be hearing those local stories soon enough. That night, lying in the narrow bunk they'd assigned me, I thought about my grandmother's words. About the spirits that guard the deep places, and what happens when people venture where they're not supposed to go. Outside, the Alaskan summer night was strange and unsettling, not quite dark, even at midnight, with a gray twilight that made the forest look like something from another world. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear the sound of something moving through the trees. Something large, from the way branches snapped and leaves rustled. It was probably just a bear, I told myself. Alaska was full of bears. But the sound was walking on 2 legs. The next morning, Sarah and I flew out to begin searching the area where the third group had disappeared. The pilot this time was a young guy named Tommy, local Tlingit who'd grown up in these forests. Unlike Bill, Tommy was talkative, but his conversation took a different turn than I'd expected. You know what the elders call this area? He asked as we flew over a vast expanse of old-growth forest. Nantianak territory. That's the Tlingit word for, well, there isn't really a good English translation. Something like the hairy man who walks like people. I leaned forward in my seat. How long have people been talking about these things? Forever, Tommy said simply. My great-grandfather used to tell stories about them. Said they were guardians of the deepest parts of the forest, and as long as people showed respect, stayed in the areas where humans belonged, there was no trouble. But when people started pushing deeper, going into places that were meant to be left alone. He let the sentence hang in the air as we circled over a small lake surrounded by dense timber. This was where the photographers had planned to make their base camp. There, Sarah said, pointing to a clearing on the north shore. That's where we found their gear. Tommy set us down smoothly on the lake, and we loaded our packs into an inflatable boat for the short trip to shore. The silence here was different from what I was used to back home. In the forests of North Carolina, there's always something making noise, birds, insects, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Here, it was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. The destroyed campsite was even more disturbing in person than it had been in the photographs. The tent fabric wasn't just torn, It was shredded with a violence that spoke of incredible strength. I knelt beside one of the larger pieces and ran my fingers along the edges of the tears. "These weren't made by claws," I said. "Look at how clean the cuts are. Whatever did this has opposable thumbs." Sarah nodded grimly. "That's what Dr. Martinez said. He thinks something grabbed the fabric and just ripped it apart with its hands." We spent the morning carefully documenting the scene and expanding our search in widening circles around the campsite. It was when we reached the tree line on the far side of the clearing that I found something that made my blood run cold. Carved into the bark of a massive Sitka spruce, about 8 feet off the ground, was a symbol I recognized. 3 parallel lines crossed by 2 shorter lines, forming a pattern that looked almost like a crude drawing of a tree. But I knew it wasn't random scratches. "Sarah," I called, and when she came over, I pointed to the carving. "Have you seen this before?" She studied it for a moment, then shook her head. "Should I have?" "It's a warning marker," I said, the knowledge coming back from childhood stories my grandmother had told me. Some of the southeastern tribes used similar symbols to mark areas that were protected, places where people weren't supposed to go. "You think someone carved this recently?" I examined the edges of the cuts more closely. The sap had dried and darkened, and there was already moss beginning to grow in the deeper grooves. "No. This is old. Years old, maybe decades." We continued our search for another hour before finding the first footprint. It was in a patch of soft earth near a small stream, and it was even more impressive in person than the photographs had suggested. I placed my own size 11 boot next to it for comparison, and the unknown print dwarfed mine. But what really caught my attention was the depth of the impression. Whatever had made this print was incredibly heavy, heavy enough to leave marks in ground that was only slightly damp. I took out my measuring tape and notebook, recording the dimensions and trying to estimate the weight of the creature that had made it. "At least 400 pounds, I muttered, doing the calculations. "Probably closer to 500. "That's a big bear," Sarah said, but her voice lacked conviction. "Bears don't have feet like this," I replied, kneeling beside the print and pointing out the clearly defined toe marks. "This thing is bipedal. It walks upright, and it's built like a human, just bigger. Much bigger." We followed the trail of prints for about a quarter mile before they disappeared onto rocky ground. But the direction they were heading was clear, deeper into the forest, toward a series of ridges that appeared on our topographic maps as virtually unexplored wilderness. That night, back at the ranger station, I tried to radio in my preliminary report. But every time I attempted to describe what we'd found, the words seemed inadequate. How do you tell your supervisor that you're tracking something that isn't supposed to exist? Instead, I found myself thinking about the stories my grandmother had told me about the Kekokudla, the Cherokee version of what other tribes called by different names. She'd always insisted they were real, not just legends, and that they served a purpose in the natural order. "They keep the balance," she'd said. "When people take too much from the forest, when they go too deep into places that should be left alone, the guardians remind them that humans are not the only intelligent beings in this world." Around midnight, I was awakened by the sound of something moving around the ranger station. Heavy footsteps circled the cabin, pausing occasionally as if whatever was out there was examining the building. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, as the footsteps approached my window. Through the thin curtain, I could see a shadow pass by, tall, much taller than a human, with broad shoulders and long arms. The shadow paused at the window, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I could feel eyes looking directly at me through the glass. Then it moved on, the footsteps continuing around the cabin before finally disappearing into the forest. In the morning, I found the prints in the soft earth around the station. 18 inches long, 8 inches wide, and so fresh that water was still seeping into the deepest impressions. Sarah emerged from her room looking as tired as I felt. "You hear that last night?" "Yeah. You. Hard not to. Whatever it was, it spent about 20 minutes checking us out." She walked over to the window where I'd seen the shadow. "Found something else, too." She led me to the back of the cabin, where a small pile of objects had been left on the wooden steps. Arranged in a neat row were 3 stones, each about the size of a baseball, and a bundle of pine boughs tied together with what looked like grass. Offerings, I said, the word coming out before I could stop myself. What? My grandmother told me about this. When the forest spirits want to communicate, sometimes they leave gifts. The stones represent stability, permanence. The pine boughs. I picked up the bundle, noting how carefully it had been constructed. Pine represents longevity, endurance. But also, warnings about things that last too long, that overstay their welcome. Sarah stared at me. You're saying something left us a message? I'm saying something knows we're here, and it's intelligent enough to use symbols. I set the pine bundle back down carefully. The question is whether it's telling us we're welcome, or warning us to leave. We radioed Tommy to pick us up for another search flight, this time over the ridges where the footprints had been heading. From the air, the forest looked impenetrable, mile after mile of old-growth timber broken only by the occasional stream or rocky outcrop. But as we flew over one particular valley, Tommy suddenly banked the plane sharply to the left. "What the hell is that?" he said, pointing down at a clearing about a mile ahead. From our altitude, it looked like a perfect circle carved out of the forest, maybe 200 yards across. But as we got closer, I could see it wasn't entirely cleared. Throughout the circle, massive trees had been left standing, but they'd been arranged in a pattern, concentric rings with clear pathways between them. "That's not natural," Sarah said. "Someone built that." "Built it how?" I asked. "Some of those trees are hundreds of years old." Tommy was already bringing us around for another pass. "My great-grandfather told stories about places like this. Sacred groves where the Nantianak held their councils. He said if you ever found one, you should turn around and never come back." As we circled lower, I could see movement in the shadows between the trees. Large shapes moving with purpose, and there were several of them. "Take us higher," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "Take us higher now." But it was too late. Something emerged from the tree line at the edge of the clearing, something tall and dark and unmistakably intelligent. It stood upright on 2 legs, easily 8 feet tall, covered in coarse brown hair. And it was looking directly up at our plane. Then it raised one massive arm and pointed at us. Tommy had the plane climbing before I could even process what we'd seen. But the image of that massive figure pointing directly at us was burned into my mind. There had been something almost human about the gesture, but carried out with an authority that made my skin crawl. "We need to get back to the station," Tommy said, his voice tight. "We need to get back now." "What's wrong?" Sarah asked, but I could see she was rattled too. "That thing, whatever it was, it knew we were watching. It wasn't just aware of the plane, it was communicating with us." Tommy was pushing the aircraft harder than seemed safe, and I could hear the strain in the engine. "My great-grandfather always said the Nantianak were smarter than people gave them credit for. Smart enough to know when they were being studied." When we landed back at the station, the first thing I noticed was that the pile of stones and pine boughs we'd found that morning had been rearranged. The stones were now stacked in a small cairn, and the pine bundle had been broken apart and scattered in a rough circle around the rocks. "Someone's been here," Sarah said, stating the obvious. But I was already walking around the cabin, looking for other signs. What I found made my blood run cold. Carved into the wooden siding, at about shoulder height for something 8 feet tall, were more of the warning symbols I'd seen on the tree. But these were fresh, the wood still showing white sap where the bark had been scraped away. "Sarah," I called, and when she came over, I pointed to the marks. "These weren't here this morning." She stared at the symbols for a long moment. "So something was watching our cabin while we were out searching for it. Not just watching. Marking territory." I ran my fingers along the carved lines. "This is a warning. It's telling us we're getting too close to something we shouldn't be looking for." That afternoon, we tried to radio headquarters for guidance, but the equipment was malfunctioning. Every time we tried to transmit, all we got back was static filled with what sounded almost like voices. Low, rumbling sounds that might have been words in a language I didn't recognize. "Equipment failure," Sarah said, but she didn't sound convinced. Or interference. I had a growing suspicion that our communications problems weren't accidental. Tommy mentioned that his people believed the Nantianak were intelligent. What if they'd figured out how to jam our radio? We spent the rest of the day trying to make sense of what we'd observed. I sketched the pattern of trees we'd seen in the circular clearing, noting how precisely they seemed to be arranged. Sarah plotted the locations where each group had disappeared, looking for patterns in the geography. "Look at this," she said, spreading her map out on the table. "All 3 disappearances happened along this line." She drew a straight line connecting the 3 sites. "And that line leads directly to the clearing we found today. Like they were taken there," I said. "Or led there. But why? If these things wanted to hurt people, why not just do it at the campsites?" I thought about the stories my grandmother had told me, about the balance between the human world and the spirit world. Maybe they're not trying to hurt anyone. Maybe they're trying to protect something. That night, I volunteered to take the first watch. Something was going to happen. I could feel it in the way the forest had gone completely silent around the station. Even the insects had stopped their usual nighttime chorus. Around 11 o'clock, I heard the first call. It started as a low hooting sound from somewhere deep in the trees, almost like an owl but deeper, more resonant. Then it was answered by another call from a different direction. Then another. Within minutes, the forest around us was filled with a complex pattern of vocalizations that sounded almost like a conversation. I woke Sarah, and we stood at the window listening to the strange chorus. The calls seemed to be getting closer, and I could hear movement in the underbrush, multiple large figures approaching the station from different directions. "They're surrounding us," Sarah whispered. "I don't think they're trying to threaten us," I said, though my hand was moving instinctively toward the bear spray on my belt. "Listen to the pattern. It's structured, like they're communicating specific information." The calls continued for about 20 minutes, then suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was even more unnerving than the sounds had been. Then we heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate steps that made the wooden boards creak under enormous weight. The footsteps moved to the front door and stopped. For a long moment, there was no sound at all. Then came a knock. Not the random scratching or bumping you'd expect from a wild animal, but a deliberate, rhythmic knocking. 3 slow, evenly spaced raps on the wooden door. Sarah and I looked at each other, either of us sure how to respond. Then the knocking came again, the same pattern, but this time from the back door. Then from the side window. Whatever was out there, there was more than one of them, and they were taking turns. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered. Before I could answer, one of them spoke. The voice was deep, much deeper than any human voice, but the words were clearly English. Heavily accented, as if spoken by someone for whom English was a learned language, but unmistakably words. "Come out," the voice said. "We need to talk." Sarah grabbed my arm. "Did that thing just speak English?" "Yeah." My mouth was dry, and my heart was pounding, but I realized that my grandmother had prepared me for something like this. "They're intelligent. They've been watching us, listening to us. They've learned." The voice came again, this time from right outside the front window. "We know why you are here. The missing ones are safe." I made a decision that probably wasn't very smart, but felt right in a way I couldn't explain. I walked to the front door and spoke through the wood. "We're looking for the people who disappeared. The families, the hikers. We just want to bring them home." There was a long pause. Then, "They chose to stay. The deep places called to them." "What deep places?" I asked. "Come out. We will show you." Sarah was shaking her head frantically, but I found myself reaching for the door handle. Something about the voice, despite its inhuman depth and cadence, carried a quality I recognized. It was the same tone my grandmother had used when she was trying to teach me something important about the old ways. "If I come out," I said, "will you promise not to hurt me?" "You carry the old knowledge," the voice replied. "You understand the balance. You are safe. I looked at Sarah. Stay here. Keep the radio on. If I'm not back in an hour, call for help. Kane, you can't be serious. My grandmother always said that sometimes you have to trust the spirits of the forest. This feels like one of those times. I opened the door. Standing on the porch, no more than 6 feet away from me, was the largest creature I had ever seen. It stood nearly 9 feet tall, with shoulders broader than a linebacker's and arms that hung almost to its knees. Its entire body was covered in coarse, dark brown hair, and its face was a mixture of human and ape features that shouldn't have been possible but somehow was. But what struck me most were its eyes. They were brown, almost black, and filled with an intelligence that was unmistakably aware and thoughtful. When it looked at me, I had the distinct impression that it was seeing more than just my physical appearance. It was somehow reading who I was, what I carried inside me. You are Kanadi, it said, and hearing my Cherokee name spoken in that deep, careful voice nearly made my knees buckle. Guardian of the hunt. Your grandmother told the old stories well. How do you know that name? We remember all the names. All the stories. We are the keepers of the old balance. I could see other shapes moving in the darkness beyond the porch light, at least 3 more of the creatures, maybe more. But none of them seemed aggressive. If anything, they seemed almost respectful. The missing people, I said. Where are they? Safe. Protected. Come. We will show you, but first you must understand. The creature turned and began walking toward the forest, moving with a grace that seemed impossible for something so large. After a moment's hesitation, I followed. We walked for about 20 minutes through the dark forest, my flashlight beams seeming pitifully small in the vast wilderness. But the creature moved with perfect confidence, never stumbling or hesitating, and somehow I found myself able to follow without difficulty, as if the forest itself was guiding my steps. Finally, we emerged into a clearing I didn't recognize, though it felt somehow familiar. In the center of the clearing was a circle of standing stones, each one carved with symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. This is where your people and our people made the first agreement, the creature said. Long before the white settlement. Before the forgetting. And suddenly I understood. This wasn't just about missing hikers or territorial disputes. This was about something much older, much more fundamental. The creatures weren't kidnapping people. They were trying to restore a balance that had been broken long ago, when humans had forgotten how to live properly with the intelligence that shared the forest. But that realization led to a much more disturbing question. If the missing people had been given a choice, and they had chosen to stay with the creatures, what did that say about the world they had chosen to leave behind? The stone circle was unlike anything I'd seen in my years working in national parks. Each stone stood about 8 feet tall and was covered in symbols that seemed to shift and change in the flickering light of my flashlight. But what was most unsettling was the sense of age that radiated from the place. These stones had been here for a very long time, predating any known human settlement in the area. Your ancestors knew this place, the creature said, settling its massive frame onto a flat boulder at the edge of the circle. Cherokee, Tlingit, Haida, all the peoples who understood that the forest has its own consciousness, its own rights. And the missing people? Come. See for yourself. The creature stood and began walking toward what looked like solid rock face on the far side of the clearing. But as we got closer, I could see there was an opening, a cave mouth partially hidden by hanging moss and fallen stones. The deep places, the creature said, where those who choose to leave your world can find something different. I followed it into the cave, my flashlight beam revealing a tunnel that led deeper into the hillside. The walls were smooth, worn by centuries of passage, and covered with more of the symbols I was beginning to recognize as some form of written language. After about 10 minutes of walking through the gradually widening tunnel, I began to hear voices ahead. Human voices, speaking in what sounded like normal conversation. The tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber, lit by some form of bioluminescent moss that gave everything a soft, green glow. And there, sitting around what appeared to be a cooking fire, were 9 people. I recognized them immediately from the missing persons reports: the Oregon family, the California hikers, the 2 photographers from Seattle. They looked up as we entered, and while they seemed surprised to see me, they didn't look frightened or distressed. "Another ranger?" asked the father from the Oregon family, a man named David Morrison. "How many of you are they sending to look for us? We've been worried that people would think something bad happened to us," added one of the California hikers, a woman named Jennifer Chin. "But we're fine. Better than fine, actually." I stared at them, trying to process what I was seeing. "Your families are worried sick. Search teams have been combing the forest for weeks. Why haven't you come back?" "Because we don't want to," said one of the photographers, a young man named Marcus. "Do you know what it's like out here? No deadlines, no traffic, no news cycles full of things that don't matter. Just peace. And the learning," added the other hiker, a man named Rob. "These beings, they've been trying to teach humans for centuries. They understand things about the forest, about the connection between all living things, that we've completely forgotten." The creature that had brought me here settled down near the fire. In the soft light, I could see its features more clearly, and I was struck again by the intelligence in its eyes. "We do not take people," it said, its English clearer now, as if speaking in this place was easier. "People choose to come to the deep places when they are ready to learn a different way of living." "But how?" I asked. "How do they find you?" "We call to those who are ready to hear," the creature replied. "Those who have grown tired of the small, noisy world above. Those who remember, somewhere deep inside, that humans were once part of something larger." Jennifer stood up and walked over to me. "You feel it too, don't you? That pull towards something more real than what we've built up there." She gestured toward the cave entrance. "These beings, they're not just animals. They're the guardians of a way of living that we lost a long time ago." I looked around the chamber, taking in the scene. There were sleeping areas made from soft moss and woven branches, storage areas for food and water, even what looked like a primitive but effective sanitation system. And everywhere, carved into the walls, were more of the symbols that seemed to represent some form of complex written language. "Your families," I said. "They think you're dead." "We know," David Morrison said sadly. "That's the hardest part. But we've tried to go back, tried to explain. People don't want to hear that there might be a better way to live. They think we've been brainwashed or traumatized." "Have you?" I asked bluntly. "Look at us," Marcus said, spreading his arms wide. "Do we look traumatized? When's the last time you slept as well as we sleep here? When's the last time you felt truly connected to the natural world instead of just managing it?" The creature leaned forward, its voice taking on an urgency I hadn't heard before. "The balance is breaking, Guardian. The human world above grows more disconnected from the earth each year. More people are forgetting the old agreements, the old ways of respect." "What agreements?" "That the forest belongs to itself, not to humans. That there are places that should remain wild, untouched, protected. That intelligence takes many forms, and humans are not the only thinking beings on this earth." One of the children from the Oregon family, a teenage girl named Emma, approached me. "Do you want to see something amazing?" Before I could answer, she led me to a section of the chamber where the walls were covered in detailed maps. But these weren't any maps I'd ever seen before. They showed the forest from a perspective that seemed to include not just the topography, but the flow of underground water, the location of animal dens and nesting sites, even what looked like paths of migration that extended far beyond anything that appeared on our official Park Service maps. "They know this land in ways we never could," Emma said. "They've been mapping it, protecting it, for thousands of years. And they're willing to teach us, if we're willing to learn." "What about your education?" I asked. "Your future?" Emma laughed, but not unkindly. "What future? Climate change, political chaos, social media addiction, school shootings? This is education. Real education about how to live as part of the world instead of separate from it. I spent the next hour talking with each of the missing people, trying to understand how they had come to make their choice. What I heard was remarkably consistent. Each of them had felt increasingly disconnected from modern life, increasingly aware that something fundamental was missing from the way humans had chosen to live. It started with dreams, Rob told me. Dreams of the forest calling to me, showing me places I'd never seen but somehow recognized. Then, when we were out hiking, we heard the calls. The vocalizations you probably heard too. And instead of being afraid, we felt relief. Like we'd been waiting our whole lives to hear that sound. The beings don't force anyone, Jennifer added. They just offer an alternative. They show you what's possible if you're willing to give up the illusion of control and safety that civilization promises but never actually delivers. But the creature was growing restless, and I could sense that our time in the chamber was coming to an end. You must decide, Guardian, it said. Will you help us maintain the balance, or will you try to force these people back to a world they no longer wish to inhabit? What are you asking me to do? Tell the truth. Tell your superiors that the missing people chose to disappear, that they are safe but living a different kind of life. Tell them that there are places in this forest that should be left alone, protected from development and tourism and the kind of intensive management that destroys the very thing it claims to preserve. I looked around the chamber one more time, at the people who had chosen to leave everything familiar behind, at the creature whose intelligence and wisdom were impossible to deny, at the maps and symbols and evidence of a way of living that was both ancient and somehow urgently necessary. And if they don't listen? I asked. The creature's expression grew dark. Then the Guardians will have to protect the deep places in other ways. And the balance will be restored by methods that are less gentle. It was a threat, but delivered with the weight of natural law rather than malice. These beings weren't evil or vindictive. They were simply committed to preserving something that they saw as essential to the health of the world. As we walked back through the tunnel toward the surface, I realized that I was facing a choice that would define the rest of my life. I could return to the station, file my report, and watch as the Parks Service and other agencies descended on this area to rescue people who didn't want to be rescued and manage a situation that didn't need to be managed. Or I could find a way to protect something that was precious and irreplaceable, even if it meant challenging everything I thought I knew about my role as a guardian of the wilderness. When we emerged from the cave, the sky was beginning to lighten with the approach of dawn. The creature stopped at the edge of the forest and turned to me one last time. Your grandmother would be proud of you, Kanadi. You carry the old knowledge in your heart, even if your mind has been trained to doubt it. How do you know about my grandmother? We remember all the Guardians. All those who understood that humans and the forest spirits were meant to work together, not in opposition. The creature began walking back toward the trees. You will know what to do. As I walked back to the ranger station, my mind was racing with the implications of what I had seen and learned. But underneath the confusion and uncertainty, there was a deep sense of rightness about what the creatures were trying to preserve. The question was whether I would have the courage to act on that understanding. When I got back to the station, Sarah was pacing the floor with worry, her radio in hand and our emergency beacon ready to activate. Jesus, Kane! I was about to call for an evacuation helicopter. You've been gone for 6 hours. 6 hours? I checked my watch, surprised. It had felt like maybe 2 hours in the cave, but the sun was indeed well up in the sky. Sarah, we need to talk. I told her everything. The underground chamber, the missing people living freely in what they called the deep places, the creatures' intelligence, and their role as guardians of an ancient balance. I expected her to think I'd suffered some kind of breakdown, but she listened to every word without interruption. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Finally, she said, "Show me." What? Show me the cave. I need to see this for myself before we decide what to report. We hiked back to the stone circle, though in daylight it looked different, smaller, less mysterious, but somehow more peaceful. The cave entrance was easier to find, and this time I led the way through the tunnel with more confidence. The missing people were still there, going about what appeared to be their normal routine. Some were tending the fire, others were working with tools I hadn't noticed the night before, primitive but effective implements for weaving, carving, food preparation. Sarah stood in the entrance to the chamber for several minutes, just taking it all in. Then she walked over to David Morrison and asked, "Are you here against your will?" "No," he replied simply. "We're here because this is where we choose to be. Your wife is in Oregon, organizing search parties. She thinks you might be dead." David's face filled with pain. "I know. That's the hardest part. But if I went back to try to explain, if I told her about this place, what do you think would happen?" Sarah considered this. "She'd probably think you'd had some kind of psychological break. She'd want you hospitalized, evaluated." "Exactly. And this place would be destroyed. It would become a tourist attraction or a research facility or a security zone. The beings who've been protecting it for centuries would be captured or killed or driven away." He gestured around the chamber. "This works because it's hidden, because it's allowed to exist on its own terms." Sarah spent the next hour talking with each of the missing people, asking the same kinds of questions I had asked, getting the same kinds of answers. When we finally made our way back to the surface, she was as quiet and thoughtful as I had been. We were met at the cave entrance by 3 of the creatures, including the one who had spoken to me the night before. In daylight, they were even more impressive, clearly not human, but just as clearly intelligent beings with their own culture and social structure. "You are the supervisor," the lead creature said to Sarah. "You will decide what story is told about this place." "What story do you want me to tell?" "The truth. That the missing people are safe, that they have chosen a different way of living, and that there are places in this forest that must remain protected from outside interference." Sarah looked around at the creatures, then back at me. "And if I file that report, what happens next?" "Questions," I said. "Demands for proof. Pressure to reveal the exact location. Teams of researchers and security personnel who won't understand what they're dealing with." "And the alternative?" The creature stepped closer, its voice taking on the same urgent tone it had used with me. "The alternative is that you file a report saying the missing people were killed by bears or fell into a river or suffered some other natural mishap. You declare this area too dangerous for civilian access and recommend it be designated as a wilderness protection zone with no human activity permitted. You're asking me to lie. We are asking you to protect something that is more important than official procedures." Sarah was quiet for a long time, looking back and forth between the creatures and the cave entrance where 9 people had chosen to build a new kind of life. Finally, she said, "There's a third option." "Which is?" "The truth, but told the right way." She turned to me. "Kane, how would your grandmother have handled this?" The question caught me off guard, but the answer came to me immediately. "She would have found a way to honor both the human world and the spirit world. She would have built a bridge instead of choosing sides." "Exactly. So here's what we're going to do." Sarah's plan was both simple and brilliant. We would file a report stating that we had found evidence that the missing people had encountered a previously unknown population of large primates in the area. We would recommend that the entire region be designated as a protected research zone, off limits to all civilian access while long-term behavioral studies were conducted. "It's the truth," she explained to the creatures. "Just not the whole truth. It gives you the protection you need while giving our superiors a rational explanation they can accept." "And the people in the cave?" "Officially, they're still missing and presumed dead after encounters with aggressive wildlife. Unofficially, they're voluntary research assistants who've chosen to remain in the area to help with ongoing studies." Sarah grinned. "Academic research projects can go on for decades without anyone asking too many questions." The lead creature considered this for a moment. "And you would oversee this research?" "Kane and I would rotate in as the primary researchers. We'd file periodic reports documenting behavioral observations and ecosystem management. The area stays protected, the people in the deep places stay safe, and everyone gets what they need." It took several more hours of discussion, but eventually we worked out the details. The creatures would continue to guard the deeper parts of the forest, the missing people would continue to learn and live in the cave system, and Sarah and I would become the official protectors of what would be designated as the Tongass Cryptid Research Preserve. When we finally hiked back to the ranger station that afternoon, Tommy was waiting for us with the floatplane. "Find what you were looking for?" he asked. "We found what we needed to find," I replied. He studied my face for a moment, then nodded. "My great-grandfather would be pleased. He always said the Nantianak chose their own guardians when the time was right." 3 months later, I was back at Wolf Lake National Park, but everything had changed. I'd been promoted to a new position in charge of special wilderness preservation projects, which essentially meant I spent half my time in Alaska and half my time in North Carolina, learning how to apply the same principles of balance and respect to both locations. The official report had been accepted without question. The Tongass Cryptid Research Preserve was now a protected zone covering nearly 50 square miles of the most pristine wilderness in Alaska. Access was restricted to authorized researchers only, and the few scientific papers that had been published about the area focused on previously unknown primate behaviors and the importance of preserving large-scale wilderness ecosystems. Sarah and I took turns spending time at the research station, which was really just the old ranger cabin with better radio equipment and a small library of books on primatology and ecosystem management. But our real work was much more interesting. I was learning the creatures' symbolic language, helping to document their complex understanding of forest ecology, and their methods for maintaining the health of the wilderness. In return, I was teaching them about the human world's legal and administrative systems, helping them understand how to work within those systems to protect the places they guarded. The missing people, no longer missing, really, but choosing to live as part of something larger than individual human lives, had become bridges between the two worlds. They helped translate concepts and ideas that didn't fit neatly into either human or creature understanding, and their presence proved that cooperation was possible. But the most important thing I had learned was something my grandmother had tried to teach me years ago, that the forest has its own intelligence, its own rights, and its own guardians. My job wasn't to manage or control that intelligence, but to help protect it, and find ways for human communities to live in proper relationship with it. Late at night, when I was alone at the research station, I would sometimes hear the calling again, those deep, resonant vocalizations that had first led me to the truth about what lived in the Alaskan wilderness. But now I understood that they weren't just random animal sounds. They were invitations. Invitations to remember that humans are part of a larger community of intelligent beings, and that our survival depends on learning how to be good neighbors to the other minds we share this planet with. Sometimes I was tempted to accept those invitations, to walk into the forest and disappear into the deep places like the 9 people who had chosen a different way of living. But I had a different role to play, guardian of the boundary between worlds, protector of the balance that makes both worlds possible. My grandmother would have understood. She'd spent her whole life serving as a bridge between the Cherokee ways and the modern world, helping to preserve ancient knowledge while finding ways to apply it to contemporary challenges. Now it was my turn to carry that responsibility, to be Kanadi, guardian of the hunt, protector of the balance between human needs and the rights of the more-than-human world. The work was just beginning, but for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I belong. In the deep places of the forest, where the old agreements still held power, and where the future of both human and creature communities was being quietly, carefully negotiated by those wise enough to remember that we're all part of the same ancient story. And in the pre-dawn darkness of the Alaskan wilderness, that story was still being written. My Cherokee grandmother used to tell me that the forest remembers everything. Every footstep, every breath, every scream. She said the trees hold memories in their rings like photographs, and if you know how to listen, they'll tell you stories that'll turn your hair white. I never believed her until Alaska. My name is Kanadi Blackwater, and I've been a ranger at Wolf Lake National Park in Northern California for 8 years. The name Kanadi comes from my great-great-grandfather's line. It means, the first man and guardian of the hunt, in Cherokee. My family's been connected to these mountains for generations, even before we were forced to relocate during the Trail of Tears. Some of my ancestors managed to slip away and hide in places like this, becoming one with the wilderness they refused to leave behind. The Cherokee have always known things about the forest that modern science struggles to explain. We call them the Nunahai, the immortal ones who live in the deep places where sunlight struggles to reach. Most people think they're just stories, folklore passed down by ignorant natives who didn't understand the world around them. But we knew better. We knew to leave tobacco offerings at certain places, to avoid walking certain paths during the new moon, and to never, ever follow the sounds that mimic human voices calling from the darkness between the trees. I was raised in both worlds, the modern one where I earned my forestry degree from UC Davis, and the old one where my grandmother taught me to read signs in broken branches and feel the forest's moods and the wind patterns. She always said the ancient knowledge would serve me better than any textbook when the time came. That time came last September. The Park Service had arranged an exchange program with Alaska's Denali National Park. 3 of us from Wolf Lake were selected to spend a month up there, sharing techniques and learning from their rangers who dealt with a completely different set of challenges. Grizzlies instead of black bears. Wolves instead of coyotes. And wilderness that stretched for hundreds of miles without a single road or cell tower. I should have listened to the warning signs before I even left California. The night before my flight, I had the dream again. The same one that had been visiting me since childhood, me standing in a clearing surrounded by massive Douglas firs, their branches so thick they blocked out the sky. In the dream, something huge moved between the trees just beyond my vision, circling me with footsteps that shook the ground. I could smell it, wet fur and musk and something else, something that reminded me of the scent that clings to your hands after handling raw meat. I always woke up before I could see what it was. My grandmother appeared in that dream too, standing at the edge of the clearing in her traditional Cherokee dress, the one she wore for ceremonies. She never spoke, just pointed toward the darkness where the thing was hiding and shook her head slowly, her eyes wide with warning. I woke up in a cold sweat at 3 a.m., my heart hammering against my ribs. Outside my cabin window, Wolf Lake stretched like black glass under the starlight, perfectly still except for the gentle lap of water against the dock. Everything was normal, peaceful even. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed during that dream, that some door had been opened that should have stayed closed. The flight to Anchorage was uneventful, but the smaller plane that took me deeper into the Alaskan interior made my stomach churn with turbulence. Below us, the landscape unfolded like a wrinkled green blanket, thousands of square miles of untouched wilderness that made even our largest national parks look like city playgrounds. The pilot, a grizzled man named Pete who couldn't have been younger than 60, shouted over the engine noise. "First time in the real Alaska?" he asked, grinning with too few teeth. I nodded, watching the endless expanse of forest scroll past beneath us. "Different up here," Pete continued. "Land's got teeth. You'll see." We landed on a dirt strip that barely deserved to be called an airfield, just a cleared patch in the wilderness with a windsock and a small metal building that served as the terminal. The other 2 Wolf Lake Rangers, Sarah Chin and Marcus Rodriguez, were already waiting with our Denali counterparts, a weathered woman named Karen Stillwater and a young guy named Tom Brightfeather who immediately caught my attention when he introduced himself. "You Cherokee?" he asked, noticing something in my features or maybe just the careful way I observed the landscape around us. "Yeah. Kanati Blackwater." "You?" "Athabascan. Been working these woods for 5 years now." Tom was probably 10 years younger than me, with the kind of easy confidence that comes from growing up in places where nature could kill you if you made the wrong decision. "My grandmother used to tell stories about things in the deep forest. Sounds like yours might have too." There was something in his tone that made me pay attention. Not the casual mention of folklore you might hear from any ranger, but the careful reverence of someone who took the old stories seriously. I decided I liked him immediately. Karen gathered us together for the initial briefing as we loaded our gear into 2 well-used pickup trucks. "You're here during an interesting time," she said, consulting a tablet that looked incongruously modern against the backdrop of primordial wilderness. We've had an unusual number of missing persons cases in the past 6 months. More than usual, even for this area. Sarah, ever the scientist, pulled out her notebook. What kind of cases? Hikers getting lost? That's just it, they're not getting lost in the usual ways. Karen's expression darkened. These are experienced people. Hunters who've been coming up here for 20 years. Local guides who know every trail and landmark. And when we do find them... She trailed off, then seemed to decide something. You'll see what I mean. Some things are better shown than explained. As we drove deeper into the park, the landscape around us grew increasingly wild. The trees pressed closer to the dirt road, their branches creating a canopy so thick that driving beneath them felt like traveling through a tunnel. The air was different here too, thinner somehow, charged with an energy that made the hair on my arms stand up. Tom drove the second truck while I rode shotgun, and after we'd been traveling for about an hour in comfortable silence, he finally spoke. My grandmother called them the torn ones, he said quietly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Said they were what happened when the boundary between worlds got damaged. When something that should stay hidden gets forced into our reality. I turned to look at him. What kind of something? The kind that remembers when humans were prey. The way he said it sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the Alaskan air conditioning in through the truck's vents. Outside, the forest seemed to press closer, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw something large moving between the trees, keeping pace with our vehicles. But when I looked directly at the spot, there was nothing there except shadows and the endless expanse of wilderness that had remained unchanged since the last ice age. We finally arrived at the Denali Ranger Station as the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that reflected off the snow-capped peaks in the distance. The station itself was larger than Wolf Lakes, a complex of log buildings connected by covered walkways, with radio towers and satellite dishes that looked like technological flowers blooming from the roof. Karen showed us to our quarters, simple but comfortable rooms in a building that smelled of pine logs and wood smoke. Dinner's at 6, she said. After that, we'll go over the cases I mentioned. Fair warning, some of what you're going to see tonight might be disturbing. But you need to understand what you're dealing with if you're going to be working in this area. I unpacked my gear and sat on the narrow bed, looking out the window at the forest that surrounded the station. The trees here were different from the ones at Wolf Lake, taller, darker, with a primeval quality that made them seem less like plants and more like sleeping giants. As the light faded, the shadows between them deepened into pools of absolute darkness. That's when I saw the eyes. Just for a moment, reflected in my window like 2 amber coins floating in the blackness between the trees. Too high off the ground to belong to any normal animal, too large to be human. They watched me for perhaps 5 seconds before vanishing, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. But Cherokee blood doesn't lie about predators. And every instinct I'd inherited from generations of ancestors who'd survived in forests just like this one was screaming that something out there was hunting. I closed the curtains and tried to push the image from my mind, but as I lay down to rest before dinner, I could still feel those eyes watching from the darkness outside. Waiting. The dream found me again that night, but this time it was different. This time, when the massive shape circled me in the clearing, I could hear it breathing, deep, rasping breaths that sounded almost human but wrong in a way that made my bones ache. And when I looked toward where my grandmother usually stood, the space was empty. I was alone in the forest with whatever was hunting me. The Denali Station's evidence room looked like something from a conspiracy theorist's nightmare. Photographs covered 3 of the 4 walls, hundreds of them, connected by red string and color-coded pushpins that created a web of connections too complex to follow at first glance. The 4th wall was lined with metal shelving units holding plastic evidence bags, each one carefully labeled and catalogued. Karen flipped on the overhead fluorescents, and the room blazed with harsh white light that made the photographs seem to leap from the walls. This represents 18 months of investigations, she said, her voice carefully neutral. 47 missing persons cases, 13 recoveries, and 34 that remain open. Marcus whistled low. That's a hell of a disappearance rate for any park, even one this size. It gets worse, Tom said from the corner where he was pulling folders from a filing cabinet. Show them the timeline, Karen. She walked to a large map of the park mounted on one wall, dotted with different colored pins. The disappearances started slowly. One every month or two, always in different areas of the park. The kind of thing you'd expect in wilderness this remote. People getting lost, falling into ravines, encountering bears. Standard search and rescue operations. But then the pattern changed, I said, studying the map. Even without understanding the coding system, I could see it. A gradual migration of pins from the outer edges of the park toward a central area marked with a topographical depression surrounded by peaks. Exactly. 6 months ago, the disappearances started clustering around this valley. Karen tapped the center of the cluster. Elder's Basin. It's a remote area about 30 miles from here, accessible only by hiking trail or helicopter. The local Athabascan people have traditional stories about the place, most of them warnings about staying away. Sarah was taking notes furiously. What kind of warnings? Tom cleared his throat. My people called it Yenodlishi territory. The place where the boundary between worlds is thin. They said it was home to something that wore different shapes but was always hungry. He paused, seeming to wrestle with whether to continue. The stories say it could mimic human voices perfectly, calling out in the darkness to lure prey deeper into the woods. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Outside, wind howled through the trees surrounding the station, making the building creak and settle. Karen pulled a photograph from one of the evidence bags and set it on the central table. This is Dr. Richard Hoffman. Experienced wilderness researcher, been coming to Alaska for 15 years. Disappeared 3 weeks ago while conducting a wildlife survey in Elder's Basin. The photo showed a man in his 50s with graying hair and laugh lines around his eyes, the kind of person you'd trust to lead you safely through any terrain. He was standing next to a trail marker, grinning at the camera with his field gear spread around him. His GPS tracker went dead about 2 miles into the basin. Karen continued. When we found him 4 days later, he was 12 miles deeper into the wilderness, sitting at the base of a Douglas fir that had to be at least 300 years old. Sitting? I asked. Cross-legged, hands folded in his lap, facing the tree. Like he was meditating or waiting for something. Karen's voice remained steady, but I could hear the underlying tension. He was alive but completely unresponsive. Didn't react to sound, light, touch, nothing. We had to carry him out. She pulled out another photograph, this one taken in what looked like a hospital room. The same man lay in a bed with his eyes open, staring at nothing. But something was wrong with his expression, not the vacant look of unconsciousness, but the focused intensity of someone watching something the rest of us couldn't see. He's been like this for 3 weeks, Karen said. The doctors can't find anything wrong with him physically. Brain scans are normal, blood work is clean, reflexes are fine. But he won't speak, won't acknowledge anyone's presence, and he doesn't sleep. Jesus, Marcus muttered. What do the doctors think happened? Officially? Severe psychological trauma, possibly brought on by a wildlife encounter or getting lost in unfamiliar terrain. Karen's tone suggested she didn't buy the official explanation. Unofficially, they're baffled. They've never seen anything like it. Tom was laying out more photographs on the table, and I could see they all followed a similar pattern. Different people, different ages, but the same vacant stare and seated posture. Some were found days after disappearing, others weeks. A few had been sitting in the same spot for so long that vegetation had started growing around them. How many? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. 13 recoveries, all in similar conditions, Karen replied. The other 34 we've never found at all. But we've found evidence they made it to Elder's Basin. She spread out a series of trail photos, abandoned campsites with gear scattered in perfect circles, footprints that led to the edge of clearings and then simply stopped, and most disturbing of all, trees that had been marked with symbols that looked like no human writing system I'd ever seen. These symbols started appearing about a year ago, Tom said, pointing to a photograph of deep scratches carved into the bark of an old-growth spruce. Always at the same height, about 8 feet off the ground. Always in groups of 3 or 4. And always oriented toward the center of Elder's Basin. I studied the markings more closely. They weren't random scratches, too deliberate, too purposeful. They reminded me of something, but I couldn't quite place what. The lines were deep, carved with something sharp and strong enough to cut through bark and into the hardwood beneath. Have you had linguists look at these? Sarah asked. University of Alaska sent a team last month, Karen replied. They've never seen anything like it. Not consistent with any known Native American symbolic systems, not similar to any historical scripts they have on file. Something about the symbols nagged at me. The way they were arranged, the deliberate spacing. And then it hit me. They're not writing, I said aloud. They're tracking marks. Everyone turned to look at me. Karen raised an eyebrow. Explain. My grandmother taught me to read Cherokee hunting signs when I was a kid. These have the same structure, indicators showing direction, distance, maybe time or season. I pointed to the photograph. See how this line connects to that curved mark? That's showing movement from one point to another. And this cluster here, that's marking something important. A landmark or a destination. Tom nodded slowly. Like a trail marker system. Exactly. But not for humans. I looked around the room, seeing the growing understanding in everyone's faces. These are too high, too deep. Whatever made them was tall enough to carve them without climbing, and strong enough to cut through bark like softwood. Karen pulled out another evidence bag, this one containing what looked like a plaster cast. We found this footprint about a quarter mile from the last symbol cluster. The cast showed a foot that was roughly human in shape but wrong in every other way. Too long, too wide, with toes that ended in what looked like claw marks. The heels showed a depth of impression that suggested enormous weight, and the stride pattern indicated something that walked upright but covered ground with steps no human could manage. 17 inches long, Karen said quietly. The lab estimated the creature that made this track weighs somewhere between 600 and 800 pounds. The room fell silent except for the wind outside and the faint hum of the fluorescent lights. I found myself thinking about my grandmother's stories, about the Nunahai and the things that lived in the spaces between worlds. She used to say that some creatures were so old they remembered when the world was different, when the barriers between realities were more fluid. There's something else, Tom said, his voice barely above a whisper. Something we haven't told anyone outside the Park Service. He pulled out a final photograph, this one taken at night with a high-powered camera and flash. It showed a clearing surrounded by tall trees, and in the center, barely visible in the grain and shadows of the image, was a shape that made my blood freeze. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, covered in dark fur that seemed to absorb the camera flash rather than reflect it. But it was the posture that chilled me to the bone. The creature was crouched over something, its attention focused downward with the intensity of a predator feeding. Its head was turned slightly toward the camera, and even through the blur and pixelation, I could see eyes that reflected the flash like polished amber. Motion-activated trail camera, Tom explained. We set them up around the basin perimeter. This was taken 2 nights ago, about 3 a.m. What's it crouched over? Marcus asked, though his voice suggested he didn't really want to know. Karen zoomed in on the lower portion of the image, and the answer became clear. Scattered around the creature were pieces of camping gear, a backpack, a sleeping bag, a hiking boot. But no sign of whoever they belonged to. Harold Williamson, she said. Reported missing 4 days ago. Never made it back from a solo photography expedition. I stared at the photograph until my eyes watered, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The creature in the image was like something from nightmares, but the gear around it told a story that was all too real. Someone had gone into the wilderness and encountered this thing, and now they were gone. We're going out there tomorrow, Karen announced. All of us. Harold's been missing for 4 days now, and if there's even a chance he's still alive. She didn't finish the sentence. We all knew the statistics on wilderness survival. After 4 days in Alaskan wilderness, the chances of finding someone alive dropped to nearly zero. But looking at that photograph, I found myself wondering if being found alive would actually be a mercy. The 13 people they'd recovered were technically living, but whatever had happened to them in that basin had taken something essential away. They were breathing shells, empty of whatever spark made them human. As we filed out of the evidence room, Tom caught my arm. "You felt it, didn't you?" he said quietly. "When you looked at that picture. You felt it watching you back." I nodded, not trusting my voice. Because he was right. For just a moment, while studying the photograph, I'd felt the weight of predatory attention settling on me like a physical presence. The same feeling I'd had as a child when I played too close to the forest edge at dusk, the sense of being observed by something that was deciding whether I was worth the effort of hunting. That night I lay awake in my narrow bunk, listening to the wind and trying not to think about amber eyes reflecting in the darkness. Somewhere out there in the wilderness, something ancient and hungry was moving through the trees, following trails only it could read, hunting with patience that came from centuries of practice. And tomorrow, we were going to walk right into its territory. The helicopter ride to Elder's Basin was supposed to take 30 minutes. By the time we finally set down in a clearing 6 miles from our intended landing zone, we'd been in the air for over an hour, circling the area while our pilot, a stone-faced Athabascan man named Joseph, muttered increasingly creative curses in 2 languages. "Weather's all wrong," he finally announced over the headset, his voice tight with professional concern. "Barometric pressure's fluctuating like crazy, and I'm getting wind shear patterns that don't match anything on the instruments." From my seat behind him, I could see the confusion on his face as he studied the control panel. Outside the helicopter's windows, the forest stretched endlessly in all directions, broken only by the occasional river valley or exposed ridge. But there was something unsettling about the landscape below. The trees seemed too uniform in height, too perfectly arranged, as if the wilderness itself was somehow artificial. "Is this normal for the area?" Sarah asked, shouting over the rotor noise. Joseph shook his head. "Been flying these mountains for 20 years. Never seen anything like it." He pointed to a cluster of instruments on the panel. "GPS is drifting, compass is spinning like a pinwheel, and the radio keeps picking up interference that sounds like..." He stopped abruptly, as if reconsidering what he'd been about to say. "Sounds like what?" Tom pressed. "Voices," Joseph said quietly. "Voices calling out in languages I don't recognize." The temperature in the helicopter seemed to drop several degrees. Karen leaned forward to check the instrument panel, her face grim. "How far off target are we?" "About 6 miles north of where you wanted to go. This is the closest I can get without risking everyone's safety." Joseph was already beginning the landing sequence, bringing us down into a small clearing that looked barely large enough for the helicopter's rotors. "You sure you want to do this? Something about this whole area feels wrong." As the skids touched down and the engine began winding down, I could hear what he meant. The forest around us was completely silent, no bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, not even the whisper of wind through the trees. It was the kind of silence that made your ears ring and your skin crawl, the silence of a place where every living thing had learned to hide. We unloaded our gear quickly, backpacks loaded with 3 days of supplies, GPS units, satellite phones, and enough emergency equipment to handle most wilderness contingencies. Karen had also insisted we carry flare guns and bear spray, though I was beginning to suspect that whatever we were dealing with wouldn't be deterred by standard anti-bear measures. "I'll be back in 3 days," Joseph said as we moved clear of the rotor wash. "Noon on Thursday, this exact spot. If you're not here, I'll wait 6 hours and then call in the cavalry." The helicopter lifted off with a thunderous roar that echoed off the surrounding ridges, and then we were alone in the silence. I checked my GPS unit and found that it was showing our location as approximately half a mile from where the helicopter had actually landed. The satellite phone had no signal despite being in an area that should have had clear line of sight to multiple communication satellites. "Technology seems to be having issues," Marcus observed, tapping his own GPS unit with growing frustration. "Anyone else getting weird readings?" We compared devices and found that each one was showing a slightly different location, as if the very concepts of position and direction were becoming unstable in this area. Tom pulled out an old-fashioned compass and watched the needle spin lazily before settling on what was definitely not magnetic north. "My grandfather would have said this was a power place," he said, putting the compass away. "A spot where the normal rules don't apply." Karen consulted a topographical map and used visible landmarks to get our approximate bearings. "If Joseph's estimate is correct, Elder's Basin is about 6 miles south-southeast of here. The trail should be roughly in that direction." She pointed toward a gap between two ridges that looked like it might once have been carved by a glacier. We set off through the forest single file, with Karen leading and Tom bringing up the rear. The silence followed us as we walked, creating a bubble of unnatural quiet that moved with our group. Even our footsteps seemed muffled, as if the forest was absorbing sound rather than reflecting it. The trees here were enormous, Douglas firs and Sitka spruces that had to be centuries old, their trunks so wide that it would take 3 people holding hands to encircle them. Their canopy was so thick that even at midday, we walked in perpetual twilight, with only occasional shafts of sunlight penetrating to the forest floor. About an hour into our hike, Sarah stopped abruptly. "Do you guys hear that?" We all froze and listened. At first there was nothing but the usual forest silence, but then I caught it, a faint sound carried on the wind that might have been someone calling for help. It was too distant to make out words, but the tone was unmistakably human and distressed. "Harold?" Karen called out, her voice echoing strangely among the trees. "Harold Williamson?" The response came immediately, a voice calling back from somewhere ahead of us, faint but clearly saying, "Help me! Over here!" We picked up our pace, following the sound through the forest. But as we walked, something began to bother me about the voice. It was too clear, too perfectly audible despite the distance. And there was something wrong with the way it carried. It seemed to be coming from multiple directions at once, as if the sound was bouncing off invisible walls. "Wait!" I called out, and the group stopped. "Listen to the echo pattern." We stood motionless for a moment, and the voice called out again. This time I was listening carefully, and what I heard made my skin crawl. The voice was coming from ahead of us, behind us, and to both sides simultaneously. It was as if someone was standing in the center of our group and calling out, but there was no one there. "That's not possible," Marcus said, but his voice was shaky. Tom's face had gone pale. "My grandmother told stories about this. She called it the voice that leads astray. Said it could perfectly mimic any human sound to draw people deeper into the forest." The voice called out again, and this time I could hear it changing, the tone shifting from Harold's voice to something that sounded like a child crying for its mother. Then it changed again, becoming an old woman calling out traditional Athabascan words that I didn't understand but that made Tom take an involuntary step backward. "We need to ignore it," Karen said firmly. "Whatever's making that sound, it's not Harold, and it's not anyone who needs our help." But the voices were becoming more insistent, more numerous. Soon we could hear what sounded like an entire crowd of people calling out from the forest around us, men, women, children, all pleading for help in a dozen different languages. The cacophony was overwhelming, making it difficult to think or maintain our bearings. That's when I noticed the symbols. They were carved into trees all around us, always at the same height, always in groups of 3 or 4. But these were different from the ones in the photographs, fresher, deeper, as if they'd been made recently. And they were definitely pointing in a specific direction, creating a trail that led deeper into the forest. "Look at the trees," I said, pointing out the markings to the others. Karen examined the symbols closely. "These are new. I'd say carved within the last week. They're directing us somewhere," I observed, following the sequence of markings with my eyes. "Like breadcrumbs leading us deeper into the woods." The voices around us suddenly stopped, leaving us in complete silence once again. But the quiet was somehow more menacing than the false calls for help had been. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting to see what we would do. "We follow our original route," Karen decided. "Whatever made these symbols and whatever's making those voices, we don't let it control where we go." But as we continued hiking, I noticed that the symbol trail was gradually converging with our path. The markings appeared on trees closer and closer to our route, until we were essentially walking parallel to whatever trail they were marking. It was as if something was herding us in a specific direction, while allowing us to maintain the illusion that we were choosing our own path. The forest began to change as we walked. The trees grew even larger and more densely packed, and the undergrowth became sparse and somehow artificial looking. Moss hung from the branches in perfectly symmetrical patterns, and fallen logs were arranged at precise intervals as if someone had been landscaping the wilderness. "This doesn't look natural," Sarah observed, echoing my own thoughts. Tom was examining the moss formation. My people have stories about places like this. They say when the boundary between worlds gets thin, the landscape itself starts reflecting the patterns of the other side." "What other side?" Marcus asked. "The place where things that aren't quite alive and aren't quite dead go to wait," Tom replied. "The hunting grounds of spirits that never learn to rest." We crested a small ridge and found ourselves looking down into Elda's Basin. The sight took my breath away, though not in a good way. The valley below us was roughly circular, maybe 2 miles across, completely surrounded by peaks that rose like the walls of a massive cathedral. But it was what was in the center of the basin that made my blood run cold. The trees in the valley were arranged in perfect concentric circles, with paths radiating outward from the center like the spokes of a wheel. And at the very center, where all the paths converged, was a clearing containing what looked like a massive nest made from logs, branches, and other materials I couldn't identify from this distance. "That's not natural," Karen said quietly. "That's been built." As we studied the valley, movement caught my eye. Something large was moving between the trees in the outer ring, circling the perimeter with patient, deliberate steps. It was too far away to make out details, but its gait was wrong, the movement of something that walked upright but wasn't human. And it wasn't alone. As I watched, I could see other shapes moving through the arranged forest, following the radial paths toward the center. From our vantage point, they looked like dark shadows flowing between the trees, but there were dozens of them, all moving with the same purposeful coordination. "We need to get down there," Karen said, but her voice lacked conviction. "If Harold's anywhere, he'll be in that central clearing." I pulled out my binoculars and focused on the nest-like structure at the center of the valley. What I saw made me wish I hadn't looked. The structure was built from more than just wood. I could see clothing, camping gear, and other personal items woven into the construction like trophies. And arranged around the base of the nest in perfect concentric circles were human figures, sitting cross-legged with their hands folded in their laps, all facing inward toward the center. "I can see the missing people," I said, handing the binoculars to Karen. "They're all there, arranged around that structure. But they're just sitting there, not moving." Karen looked through the binoculars for a long moment, then passed them to the others. When Tom got his turn, he lowered the binoculars with an expression of horror. "That's not a nest," he said quietly. "It's an altar. And those people aren't sitting, they're being displayed." As if responding to our observation, one of the figures in the circle below slowly turned its head to look directly up at our position on the ridge. Even at this distance, even without binoculars, I could see the blank, empty stare that we'd seen in the photographs back at the station. Then another figure turned to look at us. Then another. Within moments, every human figure in the valley was staring up at our hiding spot, their movements perfectly synchronized and utterly inhuman. "We need to leave," I said. "Now." But when I turned to start back down the ridge, Tom was pointing at the forest behind us. "Too late," he said simply. The trees around our position were full of shadows, tall, dark shapes moving between the trunks with the fluid grace of predators who had been hunting these woods since before humans learned to walk upright. They weren't approaching yet, just surrounding us, cutting off our escape routes while their prey decided what to do next. We were trapped on the ridge, caught between the hypnotized humans in the valley below, and the creatures that had been herding us here all along. And somewhere in the forest around us, something with amber eyes and footprints the size of dinner plates was moving closer, taking its time because it knew we had nowhere left to run. The shadows between the trees were getting closer. We'd been pinned on the ridge for over an hour, watching the dark shapes move through the forest below us with the patient coordination of a pack that knew its prey was trapped. They never came close enough for us to get a clear look at them, always staying just at the edge of visibility, but their presence was unmistakable, a sense of being watched by multiple predators that had all the time in the world. "Counts up to at least 20, Karen whispered, lowering her binoculars. "Maybe more. They're positioned at every possible escape route." Tom was studying the arrangement of figures in the valley below us. Through his binoculars, he'd been tracking their movements, or lack thereof. "The people down there haven't moved in over an hour. They're just sitting there, staring up at us." "What are they waiting for?" Sarah asked, though her voice suggested she didn't really want an answer. I checked my watch. The sun was already starting to sink toward the western peaks, which meant we had maybe 3 hours of daylight left. "Nightfall," I said. "Whatever they're planning, they're waiting for dark." Marcus was trying to get a signal on the satellite phone, but the device showed the same, and no service, message it had been displaying since we entered the basin area. Our GPS units were still giving inconsistent readings, and the compass needles spun freely whenever we tried to use them. "We could try fighting our way out," Karen suggested, though her tone indicated she didn't think much of our chances. "We have flare guns, bear spray, and enough hiking gear to make some noise." Tom shook his head. "Whatever's out there, it's not going to be stopped by bear spray. And if we go into the forest, we'll be fighting on their territory, in terrain they know better than we ever will." As if to emphasize his point, one of the shadows detached itself from a tree about 50 yards away and moved into a patch of filtered sunlight. For just a moment, we got a clear look at what we were dealing with. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall and built like something designed to kill large prey with its bare hands. Dark fur covered its entire body, and it moved with the fluid grace of an apex predator that had never learned to fear anything. But it was the intelligence in its amber eyes that truly terrified me. This wasn't some mindless beast, it was studying us, evaluating our capabilities, making decisions based on information we couldn't even perceive. The creature tilted its head slightly, and I could have sworn it was listening to something. Then it opened its mouth and spoke in a voice that was perfectly, horribly human. "Help me!" it called out in Harold Williamson's voice. "Please, I'm hurt. I can't move." The sound sent chills down my spine. It was Harold's voice exactly, the same tone, the same accent, even the same slight wheeze he'd developed from years of smoking. But it was coming from the throat of something that definitely wasn't human. "God," Sarah whispered. "How is it doing that?" The creature called out again, this time in a woman's voice I didn't recognize. Then a child's voice. Then an elderly man speaking what sounded like Athabascan. Each voice was perfect, absolutely convincing, and utterly wrong coming from that massive, fur-covered throat. "It's collecting them," Tom said with growing horror. "Every person that disappears in this area, it's learning their voices." More shadows began moving in the forest around us, and soon we could hear a chorus of voices calling out from the darkness between the trees. Dozens of people pleading for help, calling names, speaking in languages from all over the world. The cacophony was overwhelming and deeply disturbing, like listening to the final words of everyone who had ever disappeared in these mountains. That's when I noticed the pattern in the voices. They weren't random. They were calling out in a specific sequence, always in groups of 3 or 4, with pauses in between that matched the rhythm of the symbol markings we'd been seeing on trees. The creatures weren't just mimicking human voices. They were using them as a form of communication. "They're talking to each other," I realized aloud. "The voices, it's how they coordinate." Karen looked at me sharply. "What do you mean?" "Listen to the pattern. 3 voices pause, 4 voices pause. It matches the symbol groupings we've been seeing. They're using the voices they've collected to pass information back and forth." As if responding to my analysis, the voice pattern changed. Now all the creatures were speaking in unison, creating a harmony of human voices that was both beautiful and absolutely terrifying. The words were in different languages, but somehow the combined effect conveyed meaning, a sense of anticipation, of something important about to happen. The sun continued to sink toward the horizon, and the shadows in the forest grew longer and darker. But as the natural light faded, I began to notice other sources of illumination, a faint phosphorescent glow emanating from the valley below us, as if the arranged trees themselves were producing light. "Look at the valley," I said, pointing down into the basin. The concentric circles of trees were now clearly visible even in the growing darkness, outlined in a soft blue-green glow that reminded me of foxfire or the bioluminescence of deep-sea creatures. The radial paths leading to the center pulsed with the same ethereal light, creating a mandala of living illumination that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. And at the center, the nest-like structure was beginning to change. What had looked like a random pile of logs and debris was revealing itself to be something far more organized, a carefully constructed platform or altar surrounded by geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. "That's not natural light," Sarah observed, her scientific training warring with what her eyes were telling her. Tom was watching the glowing patterns with recognition dawning on his face. "My grandmother described something like this. She called it the calling circle, a place where the barriers between worlds become thin enough for things to cross over." "Cross over from where?" Marcus asked, though his voice suggested he was afraid of the answer. "From the place where hunger never dies," Tom replied. "Where things that were never quite alive wait for a chance to feed." The harmonized voices from the forest around us were growing louder and more complex, adding layers of harmony that created almost musical progressions. But underneath the beauty was an unmistakable sense of anticipation, the sound of predators preparing for a feast. The human figures in the valley had begun to move, standing up from their seated positions with synchronized precision and walking toward the glowing structure at the center. They moved like sleepwalkers, their steps perfectly coordinated despite their obvious lack of awareness. "We have to help them," Sarah said, starting to move down the ridge. "No," Karen grabbed her arm. "Look at their eyes." Even from our position on the ridge, we could see that the walking figures showed no sign of consciousness or awareness. They moved with the mechanical precision of marionettes, guided by intelligence that wasn't their own. As the figures reached the central structure, they arranged themselves in a perfect circle around its base and began to hum, a low, droning sound that harmonized with the voices coming from the forest. The combined effect was hypnotic, creating acoustic patterns that seemed to bypass conscious thought and speak directly to something primitive in the human brain. "We need to move," I said, fighting against the growing urge to walk down into the valley and join the circle. "Whatever they're building up to, we don't want to be here when it happens." But when I turned to look for escape routes, I found that the shadows had moved closer. Much closer. The creatures were now positioned in a tight ring around our position, no longer hiding in the forest depths but standing at the edge of the ridge clearing, their amber eyes reflecting the strange glow from the valley below. They weren't moving to attack, not yet. They were waiting for something, watching us with the patience of hunters who knew their prey had nowhere to run. And as I studied their positions, I realized with growing horror that they had arranged themselves in the same geometric pattern as the trees in the valley below. We weren't just trapped, we were being incorporated into whatever ritual was taking place in Elder's Basin. The humming from the valley grew louder and more complex, joined now by sounds that definitely weren't human, deep, resonant tones that seemed to come from the earth itself. The bioluminescent patterns in the trees pulsed in rhythm with the sound, creating a light show that was beautiful and terrible to behold. And from the central structure, something was beginning to emerge. At first it was just a distortion in the air above the altar, like heat shimmer rising from summer pavement. But the distortion grew more solid, more defined, taking on a shape that was roughly humanoid but wrong in ways that made my eyes water to look at directly. "What is that thing?" Marcus whispered. Tom's face had gone completely white. "That's what they're calling," he said. "That's what all of this has been building toward. My grandmother called it the first hunger, the original predator that taught all other predators how to hunt." The shape continued to solidify, becoming more real with each passing moment. It was tall, perhaps 10 feet in height, and seemed to be composed of shadow-given substance. But it was the sense of age that radiated from it that truly terrified me. This thing was old beyond human comprehension, a relic from a time when the world was younger and the rules that governed reality were more flexible. The creatures surrounding us began to move closer, their circle tightening with each step. But they weren't looking at us anymore. Their attention was focused on the valley below, where their master was taking shape in the world of the living. And I realized that we weren't the prey in this scenario. We were the bait. The thing in the valley turned its attention toward our position on the ridge, and even at this distance I could feel the weight of its regard settling on me like a physical presence. It was studying us, evaluating us, deciding what role we would play in whatever came next. The hypnotized humans around the altar began to sing, not words, but pure sound that resonated with frequencies that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The creatures in the forest joined their voices to the chorus, creating a symphony of inhuman music that was both beautiful and absolutely terrifying. And somewhere in that unholy harmony, I could hear the voices of everyone who had ever disappeared in these mountains, their final words woven into a song of summoning that had been building for decades. Night was falling, the ritual was reaching its climax, and we were about to discover why my Cherokee ancestors had always warned their children to stay away from the places where the old things still hungered. The thing in the valley had finished taking shape. It stood at the center of the altar like a living shadow given form, tall, impossibly ancient, and radiating a hunger that had been patient for longer than human civilization had existed. The hypnotized figures around it continued their haunting song while the creatures in the forest maintained their vigil, creating a concert of inhuman voices that seemed to resonate with the very bones of the earth. But as I watched the scene unfold below us, something my grandmother had told me suddenly clicked into place. This wasn't just a random supernatural encounter. This was something my people had dealt with before. "Tom," I called quietly, never taking my eyes off the valley. "Ask your grandmother's spirit what she remembers about the old compacts." He looked at me strangely. "What are you talking about?" "Cherokee and Athabascan tribes both have stories about agreements made with the old things, rules that kept the ancient predators from hunting human prey freely." I was thinking furiously, trying to remember the exact details of stories my grandmother had told me during long winter nights. There were boundaries, restrictions, things they couldn't do without being invited. The creatures surrounding us seemed to sense the change in our conversation. Several of them tilted their heads in our direction, listening with the focused attention of predators who had heard something interesting. "The compact," Tom said suddenly, understanding flooding his face. "My grandmother did tell stories about that. She said the first peoples made a deal with the hunters from beyond. They could take the lost, the willing, and the already dead, but they couldn't hunt healthy humans who walked the proper paths and showed proper respect." "What happened to break it?" Karen asked, though she was still watching the ritual in the valley with horrified fascination. "Time," I replied. "People forgot the old ways. Stopped leaving the proper offerings, stopped walking the safe paths, stopped teaching their children how to recognize the signs." I gestured toward the valley. "All these missing people, they weren't following the protocols that would have protected them." The shadow thing in the valley turned its attention toward us again, and this time I felt something like amusement in its regard. It had been listening to our conversation, and it found our realization entertaining rather than threatening. "So what do we do?" Sarah asked. "How do we re-establish a compact with something like that?" Tom was already moving, pulling items from his backpack with the focused urgency of someone who had suddenly remembered something crucial. "Traditional offerings," he said. "Tobacco, sage, something to show respect and understanding of the old ways." I followed his example, digging through my gear for the small medicine pouch my grandmother had insisted I always carry. Inside were pinches of sacred tobacco, white sage, and a few other herbs that were important in Cherokee ritual practice. "Will they accept offerings from us?" Marcus asked. "We're not exactly traditional natives." "I am," Tom replied firmly. "And Kanadi's grandmother made sure he learned the proper ways, even if he lives in the modern world." He looked at me seriously. "Do you remember the words for requesting safe passage?" I nodded, though my mouth was dry. The Cherokee prayers for dealing with the spirit world weren't something you used lightly, and I'd never had to speak them in a situation where lives actually depended on getting them right. The creatures around us had stopped moving closer, but they hadn't retreated either. They seemed to be waiting for something, perhaps curious to see if the humans trapped on their ridge actually understood the old protocols. "We need to do this together," I said, pulling out my tobacco and sage. "And we need to mean it. These things can sense deception or disrespect from miles away." Tom arranged his offerings on a flat stone, creating the pattern his grandmother had taught him for communications with the spirit world. I did the same with my materials, using the Cherokee arrangement that was similar but not identical. Both tribes had developed their own relationships with the ancient powers, but the underlying principles were the same. The ritual for requesting safe passage was older than either of our individual traditions, dating back to a time when all humans understood that the world was full of things that were only temporarily constrained by the laws of physics and civility. We began to speak in unison, Tom in Athabascan, me in Cherokee, both of us using words that had been passed down through generations of people who had learned to coexist with predators that existed outside the normal food chain. The effect was immediate. The creatures around us stopped their patient stalking and sat back on their haunches, watching us with what looked like genuine interest. In the valley below, the harmonized singing faltered for a moment as the hypnotized humans paused in their ritual. But most importantly, the shadow thing at the center of the altar turned its full attention to our position. I could feel its regard like a weight pressing against my consciousness, testing our sincerity and evaluating our understanding of the protocols we were invoking. The tobacco and sage began to smoke without any fire, sending thin streams of aromatic vapor into the still air. This was the signal that our offering had been acknowledged, that we were being heard by intelligences that existed outside normal human perception. Tom continued his prayers in Athabascan while I spoke the Cherokee words for acknowledging the sovereignty of elder beings in their own territory. We were essentially asking for permission to leave unharmed, while recognizing that we had entered a domain where human laws and expectations didn't apply. The response came not in words but in images that appeared directly in our minds, visions of the compact as it had originally been established. I saw Cherokee medicine men meeting with shapes that towered over them in clearings lit by supernatural fire. I saw agreements being made, boundaries being drawn, rules being established that would allow both species to coexist without destroying each other. The ancient compact had been simple. Humans who showed proper respect and followed the old protocols would be granted safe passage through territories claimed by the elder predators. In exchange, humans would provide occasional offerings and would not interfere with the hunting of those who had already been claimed by the old powers. But the compact had been broken long ago, not through any dramatic betrayal but through simple neglect. As humans forgot the old ways and stopped following the traditional protocols, the elder predators had gradually begun to interpret all humans as fair game. The shadow thing in the valley was ancient enough to remember the original agreements, and it was curious to encounter humans who still understood the proper forms. But it was also testing us, trying to determine whether we truly comprehended what we were asking for. More images flowed into our minds, the missing people in the valley, all of whom had wandered into elder territory without protection or understanding. They had been claimed legitimately according to the original compact, because they had not followed the protocols that would have marked them as off-limits. But we were different. Tom and I had both been raised with at least some knowledge of the old ways, and we were actively requesting safe passage using the proper forms. The question was whether the ancient predator would honor the original compact or whether too much time had passed for the old agreements to hold any weight. The test came suddenly and without warning. The shadow thing spoke directly into our minds, using a voice that bypassed language entirely and communicated meaning through pure intent. Show understanding. Prove knowledge of the old ways. Demonstrate that you can walk the proper paths. The challenge was clear. If we could prove that we still retained enough traditional knowledge to coexist safely with the elder predators, the compact would be renewed and we would be granted safe passage. But if we failed the test, we would be considered fair game like all the other humans who had disappeared in these mountains. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered. I looked at Tom, and we both understood what was required. The traditional test of knowledge was always the same: demonstrate understanding by navigating safely through a supernatural challenge using only traditional methods and wisdom. The forest around us began to change. The trees shifted position without actually moving, creating new paths that led in directions that hadn't existed moments before. The bioluminescent glow from the valley spread upward, outlining routes through the darkness that led to destinations we couldn't see. "We have to choose the right path," Tom said quietly. "And we have to choose it based on traditional knowledge, not modern navigation methods." I studied the glowing paths that had appeared in the forest around us. Some led downward toward the valley, others curved around the ridge in directions that seemed to violate basic geography. But one path, faint and almost hidden among the more obvious routes, led upward toward the peak above us, marked with symbols that I recognized from my grandmother's teachings. "That one," I said, pointing to the upward path. "Cherokee tradition says that when dealing with elder powers, always seek the high ground. Height represents spiritual authority and the ability to see clearly." Tom nodded. "Athabascan stories say the same thing. The spirits of the high places are older and more neutral than the ones that hunt in the valleys." We gathered our gear and began walking toward the path I had identified. The creatures watching us made no move to follow, but they tracked our progress with their ember eyes. In the valley below, the ritual continued, but the shadow thing remained focused on our movements. The path we had chosen was difficult, steep and winding, marked with symbols that seemed to shift and change when we weren't looking directly at them. But it felt right in a way that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with instincts inherited from ancestors who had navigated similar challenges for generations. As we climbed, I began to understand what we were really being tested on. This wasn't just about knowing the right prayers or making the proper offerings. It was about whether we could still think like our ancestors had thought, using traditional knowledge and spiritual understanding rather than modern analytical methods. The path led us through a series of clearings, each one marked with stone formations that had clearly been arranged by intelligent hands. At each clearing, we paused to leave small offerings and speak the appropriate acknowledgments, following protocols that were so deeply embedded in our cultural memories that we didn't need to consciously remember them. With each successful navigation, I could feel the ancient presence in the valley watching us with growing approval. We were proving that some humans still understood the old ways, that the compact could still function if both sides honored their obligations. The final test came at the peak itself, a flat stone platform overlooking the entire basin, where we found ourselves face to face with something that was definitely not human but wasn't entirely hostile either. It was smaller than the creatures in the forest, more refined in appearance, with intelligence that felt ancient but not malevolent. This was a guardian spirit, one of the beings responsible for maintaining the boundaries between worlds. It communicated through gestures and expressions rather than words, but its meaning was clear. We had passed the test and proven our understanding of the traditional protocols. The spirit gestured toward the valley below, where the ritual was reaching its climax. The shadow thing was beginning to fade as the summoning reached its peak, and then started to wane. The hypnotized humans were breaking from their circle and walking back into the forest, but they were moving under their own power now, no longer controlled by outside forces. We had witnessed something incredible. A supernatural predator that had agreed to release its claimed prey because humans had re-established the old compact and proven that we could still honor the traditional boundaries. As dawn broke over the mountains, the bioluminescent glow in the valley faded and the forest began to return to its normal appearance. The creatures that had surrounded us were gone, melted back into the wilderness like shadows at sunrise. But the compact had been renewed. Tom and I both understood that we now carried a responsibility to maintain the old knowledge, to teach others the proper protocols, and to ensure that future humans who entered these territories would know how to show the appropriate respect. When Joseph's helicopter arrived to pick us up, we found Harold Williamson and 6 other missing people waiting in the clearing, all of them confused but unharmed. They had no memory of their time in the valley, but they were alive and whole, released as part of the agreement we had negotiated with forces older than human civilization. The official report would list the incident as a successful rescue operation with some unusual circumstances that defied easy explanation. But Tom and I knew the truth. We had walked into a realm where the old rules still applied, and we had earned safe passage by proving that we understood our place in an order much larger and more complex than the modern world acknowledged. My grandmother had been right all along. The forest does remember everything. And sometimes, if you know how to listen and speak the proper words, it will allow you to remember something too, something about what it means to be human in a world where we were never meant to be the apex predators. The ancient compact lives on, maintained by those who remember that respect and understanding are the only things that stand between civilization and the hunger that still waits in the deep places where sunlight fears to go. Some boundaries should never be crossed carelessly. But for those who approach with proper knowledge and genuine respect, even the most dangerous territories can become passable, as long as you remember to follow the old paths and honor the agreements made by those who came before. The hunt continues in Elder's Basin, but it follows rules now. Rules that protect those who understand them, and rules that my Cherokee ancestors died to establish in the first place. And in the end, that's the most important story any ranger can tell, that knowledge and respect are the only navigation tools that really matter when you're walking in territories where the ancient things still roam. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, casting long shadows through the dense forest of black pine woods like skeletal fingers reaching across the forest floor. The shadows seemed to writhe and pulse with an unnatural life of their own, stretching impossibly far into the undergrowth where darkness still held dominion. I had always loved these early morning hunts, the world still quiet and undisturbed, the crisp air biting at my skin with teeth sharp enough to draw blood from exposed flesh. But today, something felt different. The air carried an acrid undertone, like the smell of old bones left to bleach in forgotten graves. My name is Roy Castor, and I've spent most of my life hunting in these woods, learning every trail, every clearing, every twisted route that could catch an unwary foot. Black pine has a reputation, you see. Stories of strange sightings and disappearances that stretch back generations, tales whispered in the local diner over cooling coffee and nervous glances toward the tree-line. Old-timers spoke of hunters who ventured too deep and never returned, of campers whose screams echoed through the night before being cut off with unnatural abruptness. They told of things seen moving between the trees that walked on two legs but were decidedly not human, of eyes that reflected firelight with an intelligence both ancient and malevolent. But I've always dismissed them as just that, stories. The kind of folklore that springs up around any patch of deep wilderness, fed by imagination and strengthened by retelling. After all, these woods had been my sanctuary for over 20 years, and the worst I'd ever encountered was an angry black bear protecting her cubs. My boots crunched through the fallen leaves, each step releasing the musty scent of decay that seemed thicker today, more cloying than usual. The sound echoed strangely in the morning stillness, as if the forest were listening to my approach and measuring my every movement. My rifle hung heavy across my shoulder, its familiar weight usually a comfort, but today it felt inadequate, like bringing a popgun to face down a freight train. I was tracking deer, hoping for a good haul to fill the freezer before winter set in proper. The signs were good: fresh droppings, broken twigs at feeding height, the faint musk that clung to their preferred paths. The trees were thick here, ancient pines that had stood sentinel for centuries, their branches intertwining above like arthritic fingers clutching at the sky. They created a canopy so dense that the morning light filtered through in isolated patches, creating pools of illumination surrounded by pools of shadow that seemed deeper and more impenetrable than they had any right to be. The contrast was jarring, almost disorienting, and I found myself blinking frequently as my eyes struggled to adjust between the brightness and the gloom. Every now and then, a squirrel would dart up a tree with frantic energy, or a bird would flutter away, disturbed by my presence. But even these small signs of life felt wrong somehow. The squirrels moved with desperate urgency rather than casual alertness, and the birds that took flight did so in erratic patterns, as if fleeing from something more threatening than a lone hunter. Their cries seemed sharper today, more like warnings than simple alarm calls. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful in the way that makes your skin crawl and sets your teeth on edge. The kind of quiet that comes not from tranquility but from the complete absence of life, as if every living thing had fled or hidden itself away from some approaching doom. Even my own breathing sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness, and I found myself trying to step more quietly, though I couldn't explain why stealth suddenly seemed so important. The deeper I ventured into the woods, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The very air seemed thicker, harder to breathe, carrying scents that had no business in a pine forest. Underneath the expected odors of pine needles and rich earth lurked something else entirely, a sweetly rotten smell like flowers left too long in stagnant water, mixed with the metallic tang of old blood and something indefinable that made my sinuses burn and my stomach churn. The trees themselves seemed wrong too, their bark scarred with marks that looked almost like claw marks, but far too large and too deep to have been made by any bear or mountain cat. Some of the scoring went all the way around the massive trunks, as if something impossibly large had embraced these ancient giants with razor-sharp talons. The wounds wept dark sap that had hardened into formations that looked disturbingly like frozen screams. As I pushed deeper into the forest, I noticed that the normal sounds of the woods had faded entirely. No more rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, no more bird calls, no more whisper of whine through the branches. Even the sound of my own footsteps seemed muffled, as if the forest were absorbing sound itself, swallowing it into some hungry darkness that lurked just beyond perception. The path I'd been following, one I'd walked dozens of times before, seemed different now. The familiar landmarks were still there, but they felt alien, as if I were seeing them through someone else's eyes or as if they had been subtly altered when I wasn't looking. That distinctive lightning-split oak that had always marked the halfway point to my favorite hunting spot now seemed to lean at a different angle, its hollow trunk gaping open like a mouth caught mid-scream. After what felt like hours but could only have been 90 minutes by my watch, though the timepiece seemed to be running strangely slow, its second hand occasionally stuttering between ticks, I reached a clearing that had always unsettled me. It was an odd place, a perfect circle carved from the forest as if by some giant's hand. The ground was uneven, pocked with strange depressions that formed no recognizable pattern yet somehow suggested an order too alien for human comprehension. The trees formed a perfect circle around the clearing, their trunks standing like ancient sentinels guarding secrets older than recorded history. Each tree was massive, their girths requiring several men to encircle with outstretched arms. But more disturbing than their size was their positioning. They stood at mathematically precise intervals, as if planted by some intelligence that understood geometry in ways that predated human civilization. No natural process could have created such perfect spacing, such flawless symmetry. In the middle of the clearing sat a massive boulder, easily twice the height of a man and nearly as wide. Its surface was covered with strange symbols that had been carved deep into the stone, their edges worn smooth by centuries of weather yet still clearly visible. The markings were unlike any alphabet or pictograph I'd ever seen, flowing and organic yet somehow deeply disturbing to look at. They seemed to shift and writhe when viewed from the corner of one's eye, as if the stone itself were alive and the carvings were some form of ancient script that moved and changed meaning based on the observer's state of mind. I'd seen this boulder before on previous hunts, but it always gave me an uneasy feeling, like I was being watched by invisible eyes that judged my every thought and found me wanting. Today, that feeling was magnified tenfold. The very air around the stone seemed to shimmer with heat despite the morning chill, and I could swear I heard a low humming sound emanating from deep within the rock itself, a vibration felt more than heard that seemed to resonate in my bones and make my teeth ache. The symbols carved into the boulder's surface seemed more pronounced today, standing out in sharp relief despite their obvious age. Some looked almost like twisted letters from a forgotten alphabet, while others resembled anatomical drawings of creatures that had never walked the earth. Still others defied description entirely, hurting to look at directly as if they violated some fundamental rule of three-dimensional space. I decided to take a break despite every instinct screaming at me to leave this place immediately. Something compelled me to approach the boulder, to run my fingers along those ancient carvings despite the voice in my head that whispered warnings in a language I didn't understand. I sat down on the stone's base, feeling the cold seep through my hunting jacket and into my bones. The chill was unnatural, the kind of cold that comes not from weather but from the complete absence of life and warmth. As I sipped from my canteen, the water tasted wrong, metallic and bitter, as if it had been tainted by proximity to this accursed place. I tried to dismiss the sensation, telling myself it was just nerves and imagination, but the metallic aftertaste lingered on my tongue like the memory of blood. That's when I heard it. A rustling sound, faint at first but growing louder with each passing second. It wasn't the casual noise of some small animal moving through the underbrush. This was different, purposeful, calculated, as if whatever was making the sound was trying to remain hidden while moving closer to my position. The rustling came from multiple directions, circling the clearing with predatory patience. I stood up slowly, gripping my rifle tightly, eyes scanning the treeline that suddenly seemed much farther away than it had moments before. My heart hammered against my ribs with such force that I was certain whatever lurked in the shadows could hear it beating. The rifle felt slick in my sweating palms despite the cool morning air, and I had to consciously force my breathing to slow and steady. It could be a deer, I thought desperately, clinging to rational explanations even as they crumbled under the weight of growing dread. Or maybe a bear foraging for the last berries of the season. But even as I tried to convince myself, I knew I was lying. No natural animal moved with such deliberate stealth, and certainly none would circle a potential threat with such obvious intelligence. But then the rustling stopped abruptly, and the forest fell silent. Unnaturally, impossibly silent. The absence of sound was so complete it felt like a physical presence, pressing against my eardrums until they rang with phantom noise. Even the constant whisper of wind through pine needles had ceased, as if the entire forest were holding its breath in anticipation of something terrible. The silence stretched on, seconds feeling like hours, until I could no longer bear the tension. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady and failing miserably. The words came out as a croak, my throat suddenly dry as dust despite the water I'd just consumed. No response came, but somehow the silence that followed felt different, expectant, hungry, as if my voice had awakened something that had been merely drowsing before. I took a few steps forward, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run, to flee this cursed place, and never look back. My heart pounded so hard I could feel my pulse in my temples, and my hands shook so badly I had to grip the rifle with white-knuckled intensity to keep it steady. The silence was suffocating, pressing in from all sides like a living thing that sought to crush the breath from my lungs and the life from my body. It felt malevolent, conscious, as if the very absence of sound were an entity in its own right that fed on fear and terror. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. It was quick, a blur of dark fur and sinew that seemed to bend light around itself, making it difficult to focus on directly. The shape disappeared behind one of the massive sentinel trees that ringed the clearing, but not before I caught a glimpse of something that violated every law of nature I'd ever known. The creature, and I use that term because no other word could adequately describe what I'd seen, moved with a fluidity that defied the normal limitations of bone and muscle. Its limbs bent at angles that should have been impossible, extending and contracting in ways that hurt to observe. The dark fur that covered its form seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating a moving void in the shape of something almost but not quite animal. I raised my rifle, aiming at the spot where it had vanished, my hands trembling so badly that the barrel wavered like a reed in strong wind. The weapon felt pathetically inadequate in my grasp, a child's toy brought to face down something from mankind's darkest nightmares. "Come out!" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and taking on a hysterical edge that I didn't recognize as my own. Still nothing. The silence stretched on, broken only by the thunderous beating of my own heart and the shallow gasps of my increasingly panicked breathing. Sweat poured down my face despite the morning chill, stinging my eyes and making my grip on the rifle even more precarious. I crept forward with steps that felt leaden and clumsy, every nerve in my body screaming warnings that my rational mind was too terrified to process. Each footfall seemed to echo with unnatural loudness in the oppressive silence, announcing my position to whatever lurked in the shadows beyond the tree-line. The fallen leaves beneath my boots didn't crunch as they should have. Instead, they seemed to compress with wet, organic sounds that reminded me of walking on fresh grave dirt. As I rounded the tree where the creature had vanished, I saw it clearly for the first time, and the sight burned itself into my memory with the permanent horror of nightmare-made flesh. It was hunched over something that had once been alive, its limbs long and twisted in ways that violated every principle of anatomy. The creature's arms were grotesquely elongated, ending in hands that bore too many fingers tipped with claws like rusty razors. Its body was covered in matted fur that seemed to writhe with a life of its own, shifting and moving in patterns that suggested the presence of things crawling beneath the surface. The fur was dark as midnight but shot through with veins of something that pulsed with sickly bioluminescence, creating patterns that hurt to look at directly, and seemed to form symbols similar to those carved into the ancient boulder. The creature's face was mercifully obscured as it fed, but I could see enough to know that it bore only a passing resemblance to anything that had ever drawn breath on this earth. Its skull was elongated and misshapen, bulging in places where no skull should bulge and caving in where bones should have provided structure. Occasionally it would lift its head just enough for me to catch a glimpse of intelligence burning in eyes that reflected available light like mirrors, but with a color that existed nowhere in nature, a deep, violaceous hue that seemed to draw in surrounding darkness and concentrate it into pure malevolence. The sound it made while feeding was perhaps the worst part of all. Not the tearing of flesh or the cracking of bones, sounds that, while disturbing, were at least comprehensible within the natural order of predator and prey. No, the worst sound was a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to emerge from somewhere deep within its throat, a vocalization that suggested language while remaining utterly alien to human understanding. The words, if they could be called words, seemed to bypass my ears entirely and resonate directly in my brain, leaving me with the disturbing impression that this thing was not merely feeding but conducting some form of ritual communion with its victim. The remains beneath the creature were unrecognizable as anything that had once lived and breathed, twisted into configurations that seemed designed more for some twisted artistic statement than for any practical purpose. Bones protruded at impossible angles, and the flesh had been arranged in patterns that my mind refused to process, sliding away from comprehension like water off glass. I fired a shot without conscious thought, the rifle bucking against my shoulder with familiar force. The sound of the gunshot seemed unnaturally flat in the oppressive air of the clearing, absorbed and muffled as if the forest itself were trying to prevent the noise from traveling beyond this cursed place. But the creature moved too fast for human reflexes to track. One moment it was hunched over its grisly meal, and the next it was in motion, flowing across the ground with liquid grace that defied every law of physics I'd ever learned. It didn't run so much as pour itself through space, its form seeming to stretch and compress like heated metal being worked by an invisible smith. It lunged at me with speed that turned it into little more than a dark blur, knocking the rifle from my hands with casual ease. The weapon spun away into the underbrush, landing with a crash that sounded impossibly distant. I stumbled backward, my feet tangling in the uneven ground, and fell hard onto my back. The impact drove the breath from my lungs, leaving me gasping and helpless as the creature bore down on me with predatory certainty. The creature was on me in an instant, its weight pressing down with the force of a landslide. Up close, the wrongness of its form was even more apparent. Its limbs seemed to exist in a constant state of flux, bones and joints shifting beneath the matted fur like serpents coiling and uncoiling in endless patterns. The claws that tore at my clothes were not merely sharp, they seemed to cut through reality itself, leaving tears in my jacket that revealed glimpses of impossible spaces beyond. Its breath was the worst part of the initial assault. Hot and rancid, it carried the stench of graves opened too soon and meat left to rot in stagnant water. But underneath those familiar odors of death and decay lurked something else entirely, a sweetness that reminded me of overripe fruit, mixed with the metallic tang of old blood and something that burned my nostrils like concentrated ammonia. Each exhalation felt like being bathed in the essence of corruption itself. I fought back with desperate fury, punching and kicking with every ounce of strength I possessed, but my blows seemed to have no effect whatsoever. It was like hitting a wall made of liquid shadow. My fists passed through sections of its form that appeared solid, while other areas that looked insubstantial felt like striking iron. The creature's body seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, solid and gaseous, present and absent, real and utterly impossible. The creature snarled, and the sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It wasn't the growl of any earthly predator, but something far more complex and terrifying. The vocalization seemed to contain multiple tones simultaneously, creating harmonics that resonated in my chest and made my vision blur. Underneath the animal fury was something worse, an intelligence that was both ancient and utterly alien, calculating and patient and completely without mercy. I felt its claws dig into my side, and the pain was indescribable. Not the clean agony of a knife wound or the dull ache of a bruise, but something that seemed to bypass physical sensation entirely and strike directly at my soul. The claws didn't just cut flesh, they seemed to tear at the very essence of what made me human, leaving wounds that went far deeper than mere physical trauma. The searing pain took my breath away and sent shockwaves of agony through my entire nervous system. I could feel warmth spreading across my side as blood soaked through my shirt, but worse than the physical injury was the creeping sensation that something fundamentally vital was leaking out of me through those wounds. Something that could never be replaced or healed, no matter how long I might live. In a desperate move born of pure survival instinct, I reached for my hunting knife buried deep in my boot. My fingers closed around the familiar handle with fumbling desperation, and I pulled the blade free with movements made clumsy by pain and terror. The steel gleamed in the filtered sunlight that managed to penetrate the clearing, and for a moment, I felt a flicker of hope that cold iron might succeed where my rifle had failed. I plunged the blade into the creature's side, feeling the metal sink into flesh that felt both solid and ethereal simultaneously. The sensation was deeply disturbing, like stabbing through thick water that occasionally solidified around the blade before flowing apart again. The knife met resistance that seemed to vary moment by moment, sometimes cutting through the creature's hide like butter, other times striking something as unyielding as stone. The creature let out a guttural scream that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The sound didn't just assault my ears, it invaded my entire being, rattling my bones and making my teeth ache with sympathetic vibrations. The scream echoed through the forest with unnatural persistence, bouncing off the trees and returning changed, as if the very woods were joining in the creature's cry of pain and rage. Birds that had been hiding in absolute silence suddenly erupted from their roosts miles away, their panic-stricken calls barely audible over the creature's continued shrieking. Small animals burst from hiding places throughout the forest, fleeing in blind terror from a sound that spoke to every prey animal's deepest fears of being hunted by something beyond their understanding. The creature recoiled from my desperate attack, giving me a precious moment to scramble to my feet. My side burned with liquid fire, and I could feel blood running freely down to soak into my jeans. The wounds were deeper than I'd initially realized, and each movement sent fresh waves of agony through my body. But the pain was nothing compared to the terror that drove me forward, the absolute certainty that stopping to assess my injuries would mean death in the most horrible way imaginable. I grabbed my rifle from where it had fallen, my hands shaking so badly that I nearly dropped it twice before getting a secure grip. The familiar weight should have been comforting, but now it felt like a child's toy in the face of something so far beyond human experience that conventional weapons seemed laughably inadequate. I raised the rifle and fired again, this time with the desperate precision of a man who knows his life depends on a single shot. The bullet struck the creature's center mass, and I saw dark fluid spray from the impact point in patterns that defied gravity, flowing upward and sideways as much as down. The ichor that served as its blood was thick and viscous, moving like oil mixed with mercury, and where it struck the ground, the very earth seemed to recoil and wither. The creature howled again, a sound that seemed to tear holes in the fabric of reality itself. This time, the scream contained notes of genuine pain mixed with something far worse, surprise and perhaps even fear. It was the realization that this alien intelligence had not expected resistance, had not anticipated that its prey might fight back with any effectiveness whatsoever. But even wounded, the creature was far from defeated. It retreated not in flight but with the calculated withdrawal of a predator reassessing its tactics. Its eyes, those horrible, impossible eyes that burned with colors that had no names, never left my face as it melted back into the shadows between the trees. The message in that alien gaze was clear: this was not over. This was merely a temporary setback in a hunt that would continue until one of us was dead. The silence that followed the creature's retreat was somehow worse than its presence had been. At least when it was attacking, I'd known where the threat was coming from. Now, it could be anywhere, watching, waiting, planning its next approach with the patience of something that had existed far longer than human civilization and would likely continue existing long after our species had faded into forgotten history. Bleeding and shaken to my very core, I knew I had to get out of that accursed clearing immediately. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever hell I'd stumbled into. The ancient boulder with its writhing symbols seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, as if my blood spilled on its base had awakened something that had been dormant for centuries. I ran through the forest with desperate, stumbling steps, not daring to look back at the clearing that had become a nightmare made manifest. My side burned with each jarring footfall, and I could feel warm blood soaking through my shirt and jacket. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the psychic wounds left by my encounter with that thing. I felt fundamentally changed, as if exposure to such cosmic wrongness had altered something essential in my very DNA. The pain in my side was intense, a constant reminder of claws that had done more than just tear flesh. With each step, I could feel something that wasn't quite blood leaking from those wounds, something vital and irreplaceable that I couldn't name but somehow knew I would never recover. The injury felt infected already, though infection didn't seem like the right word for the creeping wrongness that spread outward from the claw marks like ice forming on a winter pond. But I pushed on, driven by sheer adrenaline and the absolute certainty that stopping would mean a death far worse than anything my imagination could conjure. The forest around me seemed different now, infected by my proximity to that abomination. The trees looked more twisted, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers seeking to snare unwary travelers. The shadows between them seemed deeper and more mobile, flowing and shifting in ways that had nothing to do with the movement of sun through leaves. Every sound made me flinch and spin around, expecting to see that nightmare creature flowing through the undergrowth in pursuit. But the forest remained eerily quiet, as if every living thing had fled the area entirely. Even the insects had fallen silent, creating an oppressive void of sound that made my own ragged breathing and pounding footsteps seem unnaturally loud. As I neared what I hoped was the edge of the woods, I saw another figure standing motionless among the trees ahead. My heart leaped with desperate hope. Another human being, someone who might help me make sense of what had happened, someone who could bear witness to the impossible thing I'd encountered. I slowed my panicked flight, recognizing the figure as Tom Jenkins, a fellow hunter and one of the few people I'd ever trusted completely. "Tom!" I called out, my voice hoarse from screaming and thick with the dust of terror. But he didn't respond, didn't even turn toward the sound of my voice. He stood with his back to me, unnaturally still in a way that immediately set off alarm bells in the part of my brain that had somehow survived my encounter with cosmic horror. As I got closer, I saw the reason for his lack of response, and the sight nearly drove the last shreds of my sanity into the howling darkness. Tom was dead, but not in any way that could be explained by natural predation. His body had been torn and mangled, but with a precision that spoke of intelligence rather than animal hunger. Every wound had been placed with surgical accuracy, designed not just to kill but to inflict maximum suffering before death finally claimed him. But worse than the physical mutilation was what had been done to his face. His eyes were still open, still staring, but they held an expression of terror so pure and absolute that looking at them felt like staring into the abyss of human fear itself. Whatever Tom had seen in his final moments had been so horrifying that the memory of it seemed burned into his very retinas, creating a permanent record of horror that would haunt anyone who looked upon his corpse. The positioning of his body was wrong too, arranged in a manner that seemed intentionally theatrical. His limbs had been twisted into positions that formed shapes eerily reminiscent of the symbols carved into that ancient boulder. It was as if his killer had used his corpse as some form of ritualistic message, a warning or perhaps an offering to forces beyond human comprehension. I stumbled backward from Tom's remains, my mind reeling from the implications of what I was seeing. This wasn't a random attack by some unknown predator. This was deliberate, purposeful, carried out by something with enough intelligence to arrange a human body like pieces on a chessboard. The creature I'd encountered wasn't just a mindless beast, it was something far worse, something that killed not just for sustenance but for reasons that transcended human understanding. Then I heard it again, the rustling that had preceded my earlier encounter. But this time, it came from multiple directions simultaneously, surrounding me with the methodical precision of practiced hunters. My blood turned to ice water in my veins as I realized the horrible truth. There wasn't just one of these things. There was an entire pack of them, and they had been herding me like cattle toward this predetermined killing ground. The rustling grew louder and more coordinated, creating a symphony of movement that spoke of intelligence and communication far beyond what any earthly predator possessed. I could hear them talking to each other in that alien chanting language I'd heard earlier, their voices weaving together in harmonies that made reality itself seem unstable and uncertain. I sprinted the rest of the way through the forest, crashing through undergrowth with abandon, no longer caring about stealth or noise. Behind me, the chanting grew louder and more excited, as if my panic was feeding their hunger and making them stronger. The very trees seemed to lean inward as I passed, their branches reaching out to snag my clothes and slow my desperate flight. I burst out of the forest and into the small clearing where my truck was parked, and for a moment, the familiar sight of man-made steel and chrome seemed like a sanctuary from the cosmic wrongness I'd left behind. I jumped into the cab, locking the doors with hands that shook so badly I could barely manage the simple mechanism. The interior of the truck felt like a protective cocoon, a small bubble of human normalcy in a world that had suddenly revealed itself to be far stranger and more dangerous than I'd ever imagined. I started the engine with fumbling desperation, and the familiar rumble of the V8 was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. As I threw the transmission into gear and pressed the accelerator to the floor, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those nightmare creatures pouring out of the tree line in pursuit. But there was nothing visible behind me. Just the trees, standing silent and still in the morning light, giving no sign of the horrors they concealed. Yet somehow, their very stillness felt ominous, as if they were holding their breath and waiting for something. The forest looked the same as it always had, but now I knew the truth that lay beneath its peaceful exterior. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, my truck eating up the miles of winding mountain road with desperate hunger for civilization. Only when I saw the first houses and power lines did I finally allow myself to believe that I might actually survive this nightmare. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, staying just beyond the range of my mirrors but matching my speed with patient persistence. I stumbled into the sheriff's office, gasping for breath and probably looking like a man with my blood-soaked clothes and wild eyes. The desk sergeant took one look at me and immediately called for medical attention, but I grabbed his arm with desperate strength and told him everything, every impossible detail of my encounter with those things in the woods. They sent a team into the woods immediately, armed with rifles and accompanied by tracking dogs. But what they found only deepened the mystery and made my story seem even less credible. Tom's remains were there, just as I'd described, but the crime scene investigators could make no sense of the wounds or the arrangement of the body. The coroner eventually ruled it an animal attack, despite the complete lack of any known predator that could have caused such specific and methodical damage. They found my blood-stained knife exactly where I'd said it would be, embedded in a tree where I'd apparently thrown it in my panic. But there was no trace of the creature's blood, no foreign DNA, no physical evidence that anything unusual had occurred beyond the death of one unlucky hunter. The dogs refused to follow any scent trails deeper into the forest, whining and backing away from certain areas as if they could smell something that terrified them on a primal level. They never believed me, of course. The official report classified Tom's death as the result of a bear attack, despite the complete absence of bear sign in the area and the surgical precision of wounds that no bear could have inflicted. The sheriff was kind enough not to charge me with filing a false report, but I could see the pity and suspicion in his eyes. As far as he was concerned, I was a traumatized man whose mind had created elaborate fantasies to cope with witnessing his friend's violent death. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that somewhere, deep in black pine woods, those creatures are still out there, waiting with the infinite patience of things that predate human civilization by eons. They're smart enough to cover their tracks, clever enough to make their kills look like natural predation, and patient enough to wait decades or centuries between hunts if necessary. For a while, I thought about going back, about gathering a team of experienced hunters and tracking down every last one of those abominations. I fantasized about napalm and flamethrowers, about cleansing that cursed forest with fire and making the world safe for normal people who would never have to experience the cosmic horror I'd witnessed. But then I realized the futility of such dreams. These things had survived in those woods for longer than human memory, adapting and evolving and growing stronger with each passing generation. They'd learned to hide from our modern world, to strike only when discovery was unlikely, to leave just enough ambiguity in their kills that rational minds would always find conventional explanations. So I left Black Pine Woods behind and never looked back, content to let the forest keep its dark secrets. I moved across the country, changed my name, and tried to build a new life far from those accursed trees. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that alien chanting in my dreams. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a mirror at just the right angle, I can see something wrong with my eyes, a depth that wasn't there before, as if my encounter with those things had opened a window in my soul that can never be completely closed. The wounds on my side healed eventually, but they left scars that ache whenever storm clouds gather on the horizon. And on certain nights, when the wind is just right, I swear I can smell that sweetly rotten scent of ancient corruption, carried on air that has traveled thousands of miles just to remind me that some doors, once opened, can never be shut again. I know they're still out there, in those deep woods where ancient things make their homes and human law holds no dominion. And I know that someday, perhaps when I'm old and weak and no longer capable of running, they'll come for me to finish what we started in that cursed clearing. Until then, I can only wait, and remember, and warn anyone foolish enough to listen about the things that lurk in the spaces between the trees, patient as stones and hungry as the grave. The sun still rises each morning, and the world continues to turn, but for me, the darkness never truly ends. I've seen what lies beneath the surface of our ordered reality, and that knowledge has marked me in ways that go far deeper than physical scars. Some truths are too terrible to bear, and some experiences change a person so fundamentally that they can never again be who they were before. But I survived, and that survival carries its own burden. I am living proof that monsters exist, that our rational world is built on foundations far more fragile than we dare admit. And every day I wake up is another day that I must carry that knowledge, another day that I must remember what I saw in Black Pine Woods and know that others will see it too, because some hungers are too ancient and too patient to ever truly die. My name is Derek Marshall. I've been a ranger at Mount Rainier National Park for over 20 years. I've seen avalanches that could swallow entire forests, bears that stood 9 feet tall when angered, and weather patterns that could kill the unprepared in minutes. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what crawled out of the fog in the fall of 1994. It started innocuously enough, a weather report predicting a temperature inversion that would bring heavy fog to the northern trails. But the moment I stepped outside the ranger station that first morning, I knew something was fundamentally wrong. The fog didn't behave like any natural phenomenon I'd witnessed in 2 decades on these mountains. It clung to the earth with an almost predatory patience, moving against the wind currents, defying the laws of atmospheric pressure I'd studied as a young ranger. The air itself felt different, thicker somehow, as if microscopic fingers were wrapping around my throat with each breath. When I exhaled, my breath didn't dissipate normally. Instead, it seemed to be absorbed by the surrounding mist, pulled away from my lungs as if the fog were feeding on it. The temperature readings made no sense either. My thermometer showed 68 degrees Fahrenheit, yet frost clung to every surface, creating impossible ice crystals that formed geometric patterns too perfect to be natural. The first family went missing on a Tuesday. The car registration showed they were the Hendersons, experienced hikers from Seattle who came up to Mount Rainier every fall. Their vehicle sat in the parking lot like a tomb, windows completely opaque with frost despite the unseasonable warmth, the weather station reported. When I approached their car, my footsteps made no sound on the gravel. The fog had somehow muffled even that basic noise, creating a bubble of absolute silence around the vehicle. I led the search party myself, taking the northern trail they'd marked on their hiking permit. We called their names until our throats were raw, but the fog swallowed our voices completely. Sound didn't travel more than 10 feet before being absorbed into that unnatural mist. What we found instead of the family sent ice through my veins, their backpacks hanging from tree branches 15 feet above the ground, shredded as if massive claws had torn through the heavy canvas like tissue paper. The tears weren't random. They formed deliberate patterns, almost like symbols carved into the fabric. Inside the destroyed packs, their supplies had been arranged in neat piles on the forest floor, food stacked in perfect pyramids, their water bottles arranged in circles around small clearings. It was ritualistic, purposeful, as if something had been examining their belongings with terrible intelligence. But it was the silence that truly unnerved me. Not just the absence of sound, but the presence of something waiting. The fog pressed against my skin like cold fingers, and I swear I could feel eyes watching us from within that gray shroud. Every few minutes, shadows would shift at the edge of my vision, tall, impossibly elongated silhouettes that moved with fluid grace before vanishing when I turned my head. That night, sleep refused to come. I sat at my desk with my father's old ice axe resting against my leg, a habit I'd developed after losing my wife Sarah 2 years earlier in an avalanche I should have predicted. The guilt still gnawed at me, creeping into my dreams like poison. But this was different. This wasn't about my failures as a husband or a ranger. This was about something ancient and hungry that had awakened on my mountain. I flipped through my incident journal, where I documented anything unusual in the park. Over the past month, the entries had multiplied alarmingly. Elk found dead in perfect circles, their bodies unmarked but their eyes missing. Temperature drops of 40 degrees in minutes, localized to areas no larger than a softball field. And the howling, sounds that started like wolves but evolved into something that resembled human speech, distorted and wrong. The next morning brought Lydia Oakes to my station. She arrived in a government vehicle, her credentials marking her as a wildlife biologist specializing in predator behavior. Her first words chilled me more than the unnatural frost covering my windows. "Something's driving the prey animals to mass exodus," she said, unpacking sophisticated tracking equipment. "Deer, elk, even the predators themselves, they're fleeing higher elevations like their lives depend on it." She showed me thermal imaging footage from the previous week. Entire herds moving in coordinated patterns, abandoning territories they'd occupied for generations. "This isn't normal predator-prey dynamics," she explained, pointing to the screen. "This is organized terror. Something at the top of the food chain has moved in, and every other living thing knows it." Peter Holloway arrived that afternoon, fresh out of ranger training and eager to prove himself. He carried his camera everywhere, documenting everything with the enthusiasm of youth. "Maybe we'll catch Bigfoot on film," he joked, loading his pack with extra batteries and memory cards. I didn't laugh. In 20 years on these mountains, I'd learned that legends usually contained kernels of terrible truth. Dr. Martin Reynolds completed our unlikely team. The meteorologist had driven up from the University of Washington to study the fog phenomenon that was baffling weather services across the Pacific Northwest. His equipment detected organic compounds in the mist, proteins and enzymes that had no business existing in atmospheric moisture. "It's almost like the fog is alive," he murmured, staring at his readings. "The molecular structure keeps changing, adapting." The final piece of the puzzle arrived uninvited. Samuel Greycloud appeared at my station just as the sun was setting, his weathered face grave with ancient knowledge. He was an elder from the local tribal community, a man whose family had lived in the shadow of Mount Rainier for countless generations. "You need to leave," he said without preamble, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "Take your people and go. We can't just abandon missing hikers," I replied, but he cut me off with a sharp gesture. "They're already gone," he said. "This mountain belongs to those who walk like men when watched, but hunt like beasts when the fog comes. My grandfather's grandfather told stories of times when the mist would rise, and people would disappear. Not just die, disappear. Consumed. Before I could ask him to elaborate, he pointed toward the northern trails where the fog hung like a living curtain. They sleep deep in the mountain, but the earth moves and wakes them. When they wake, they're hungry. And when they hunt, they don't leave anything behind. Samuel Greycloud left without another word, but his warning echoed in my mind as we prepared for the next day's search mission. That night, the fog grew denser, pressing against the station windows like curious hands. And somewhere in that gray shroud, I swear I heard my name being whispered in Sarah's voice. Dawn never truly came. The fog had thickened overnight into something that defied natural explanation, a gray mass so dense it seemed solid, pressing against the ranger station windows with the persistence of something alive. When I stepped outside to check our vehicles, the air felt heavy enough to swim through, and my flashlight beam barely penetrated 3 feet before being absorbed completely. Peter discovered the first set of tracks while setting up equipment near the parking lot. He called me over with excitement that quickly turned to confusion as we both stared at the impressions in the frost-covered ground. The prints started human, 5 clear toe marks with the distinct arch of a bare foot. But as we followed the trail, they gradually transformed. The heel elongated, the toes developed claw marks, and the gait changed from bipedal to something that moved on all fours. What could do this? Peter whispered, his camera clicking as he documented each print in the sequence. I had no answer. In 20 years of tracking wildlife, I'd never seen anything that could physically transform mid-stride. The prints suggested something that shifted between human and animal forms, but that was impossible. Wasn't it? Lydia's wildlife cameras had captured footage that made my skin crawl. She showed us the recordings on her laptop, frame-by-frame analysis of shadows moving through the fog with impossible speed. Look at this, she said, pointing to a sequence where a tall, lanky figure seemed to glide between trees. It covers 40 feet in less than 2 seconds, but there's no sound. No displaced air. It's like it's not quite there. The most disturbing footage showed what appeared to be a family of the creatures, if creatures they were, moving in coordinated patterns through the forest. They communicated with subtle gestures, their elongated limbs flowing like liquid as they navigated the terrain. But it was their eyes that haunted me. Even in the grainy night vision footage, those eyes glowed with an intelligence that was terrifyingly human. Dr. Reynolds had spent the night analyzing fog samples, and his findings defied everything he knew about atmospheric science. There are cellular structures in this mist, he reported, his voice shaking slightly. Organic material that responds to stimuli. When I introduced heat to a sample, it recoiled. When I played audio recordings of human voices, it moved toward the speakers. He showed us microscopic images on his laptop, structures that looked almost like neurons, connecting and disconnecting in complex patterns. It's as if the fog itself is a neural network, a living system that can process information. But that's impossible. The radio traffic began that afternoon. We were setting up a base camp near the trail where the second family had vanished when my handheld crackled to life with sounds that made my blood freeze. At first, it was just static. Then came the voices, distorted, fragmented words in broken English that seemed to emerge from the white noise itself. Help, come, stay. None of us had transmitted anything. The voices continued, sometimes mimicking our own speech patterns, sometimes dissolving into inhuman growls that carried an undertone of malicious intelligence. Peter tried to record the transmissions, but every time he started his equipment, the voices would stop, as if they knew they were being monitored. They're listening to us, Lydia whispered, her face pale. They understand our technology. That evening, as we huddled around a small camp stove trying to heat coffee with hands that wouldn't stop shaking, I shared something I'd been reluctant to mention. I'd been researching old park records, going back decades to see if there were precedents for what we were experiencing. What I'd found in the archived files chilled me to the bone. Every 23 years, like clockwork, Mount Rainier experienced a rash of unexplained disappearances. The pattern went back over a century, always coinciding with unusual fog formations during the autumn months. The official reports blamed wildlife attacks, exposure, or simple hiking accidents. But the unofficial notes, the personal journals of rangers long dead, told a different story. "Listen to this," I said, reading from a photocopy I'd made of a 1971 incident report. Ranger Thomas Mitchell wrote, "Found the Morrison family's campsite destroyed from within. Tents shredded by claws too large for any known predator. Personal effects arranged in ritual patterns. Footprints that begin human and become something else. The fog moves against the wind and whispers in voices of the dead." Mitchell had disappeared 3 days after writing that report. His body was never found. Peter's face had gone white. 23 years, he whispered. 1971 plus 23 equals 1994. The realization hit us all simultaneously. We weren't dealing with a random occurrence. This was cyclical, predictable, and we had stumbled into it at exactly the wrong time. That night, as we tried to sleep in our reinforced tent, the fog pressed against the fabric like curious hands, and we heard them for the first time, the voices calling from the mist. They knew our names, spoke in the voices of people we'd lost, whispered promises and threats in equal measure. "Derek," came Sarah's voice from somewhere in the gray shroud outside our shelter. "Derek, I'm cold. Come find me." I nearly broke then, nearly unzipped the tent and walked into their trap. But Lydia grabbed my arm with iron strength, her eyes fierce in the flashlight's glow. "It's not her," she hissed. "Whatever's out there, it's not your wife." But even as she said it, I could hear the doubt in her voice. Because Sarah's voice sounded perfect, exactly as I remembered it, down to the slight rasp she'd developed from years of mountain air. The fog knew us. It had studied us. And it was using our deepest wounds against us. The cave entrance had been exposed by a recent rockslide, as if the mountain itself had decided to reveal what it had kept hidden for generations. Ancient wooden totems surrounded the opening, weathered sentinels carved with faces that seemed to writhe in the shifting fog. The craftsmanship was unlike anything in the local tribal traditions I'd studied. These were older, more primitive, depicting creatures that stood upright like men but possessed the elongated limbs and predatory features of beasts. Dr. Reynolds took readings near the entrance, and his equipment went haywire. "Temperature drops 20 degrees within 5 feet of the opening," he reported, his breath coming in sharp puffs. "And there's air movement. Something's breathing down there, something big." The totems weren't just warnings. They were containment markers. Each one had been driven deep into the rock, their bases extending far below the surface. Whatever had carved them understood the importance of keeping something imprisoned, and the recent seismic activity had compromised their ancient seal. Peter documented everything with his camera, but the photographs came out distorted near the cave mouth. Dark shapes appeared at the edges of frames where nothing had been visible to the naked eye, and the totems' carved faces seemed to shift between shots, their expressions changing from warning to accusation. We entered the cave in single file, our flashlight beams revealing a space far larger than the narrow entrance suggested. The walls bore claw marks that scored deep gouges in solid rock, marks made by something with tremendous strength and razor-sharp talons. The scratches formed patterns, almost like a written language, telling a story we couldn't read but somehow understood on a primal level. The deeper we went, the more personal items we discovered. Scattered across the cave floor were remnants of hikers from decades past, backpacks from the 1980s, camping equipment from the 1960s, even older items that looked like they belonged to pioneers from the early 1900s. Each pile of belongings was arranged with deliberate care, sorted by type and age as if catalogued by an alien intelligence. "Look at this," Lydia whispered, kneeling beside a collection of bones arranged in precise geometric patterns. They weren't just human remains. The bones had been carved with symbols, etched with the same alien script we'd seen on the cave walls. "It's not random. They're studying us. Learning from us." The most horrifying discovery lay deeper in the cave system. We found what could only be described as a nursery, hollowed-out chambers lined with organic material that pulsed with its own faint luminescence. The walls were covered in a substance that felt warm to the touch, almost like living tissue. And embedded within this organic matrix were cocoons, human-shaped pods that contained shadows of movement. Dr. Reynolds took readings that made him stagger backward in revulsion. "There's brain activity," he whispered, his face pale in the flashlight glow. "Neural patterns indicating consciousness. Some of these people, they're still alive." Peter's camera captured what our eyes refused to process. Faces visible through the translucent cocoon walls, expressions frozen in silent screams that had lasted for decades. The missing hikers hadn't been killed outright. They'd been preserved, kept alive for purposes too terrible to contemplate. That's when we heard the first howl from the depths of the cave system. It started low and mournful, like a wolf's call, but gradually transformed into something that sounded almost like speech. Other voices joined it, creating a chorus of inhuman sounds that echoed through the tunnels with haunting beauty and absolute menace. "They know we're here," Lydia said, backing toward the entrance. The howling grew closer, and with it came the sound of movement, the scrape of claws on stone, the whisper of bodies sliding through narrow passages with fluid grace. Our flashlight beams caught glimpses of them as they approached, tall figures that moved with predatory purpose, their elongated limbs allowing them to navigate the cave system with spider-like agility. The first creature we saw clearly defied every natural law I understood. It stood nearly 8 feet tall when upright, but could drop to all fours and move with the speed of a hunting cat. Its skin was pale and hairless, stretched over a skeletal frame that seemed to be able to compress and expand at will. But it was the face that paralyzed me with terror, almost human in structure, but with eyes that glowed with malevolent intelligence, and a jaw that could unhinge like a snake's. "Run!" I whispered, but my voice carried in the cave's acoustics, and the creature's head snapped toward us with mechanical precision. More shapes emerged from the deeper tunnels, and I realized we had stumbled into their colony during what might have been a feeding ceremony. The creatures moved with coordinated purpose, cutting off our retreat routes with strategic positioning that spoke of collective intelligence. Peter tried to photograph them, but his camera's flash triggered a response that nearly cost us our lives. The creatures reacted to the bright light with inhuman shrieks that felt like ice picks driven into our skulls. They moved with explosive speed, covering impossible distances in seconds, their forms blurring between bipedal and quadrupedal motion. We ran through the cave system like mice in a maze, the creatures herding us away from the entrance and deeper into their domain. They could have caught us easily, but they were playing with us, driving us towards some predetermined destination. The howling followed us through every tunnel, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind, creating an acoustic trap that disoriented us completely. Dr. Reynolds fell behind, his equipment weighing him down as we fled through increasingly narrow passages. I heard him cry out, then silence. When I looked back, he was gone, pulled into a side tunnel by something that moved faster than my eyes could track. We eventually found ourselves in a vast chamber illuminated by the same organic phosphorescence we'd seen in the nursery. The walls were covered in the cocoons, hundreds of them arranged in neat rows like some hellish library of the living dead. And standing among them, perfectly still, were dozens of the creatures. They weren't attacking. They were studying us with the patient curiosity of scientists examining new specimens. Their glowing eyes tracked our every movement, and I could see intelligence there, not just animal cunning, but genuine thought processes that were analyzing, categorizing, deciding our fate. The largest of them stepped forward, its movements flowing like liquid mercury. When it spoke, the sound came not from its throat but from all around us, as if the cave itself had found a voice. "Stay," it said in perfect English, though the words seemed to be composed of multiple voices speaking in harmony. "Learn. Become." The fog we'd been breathing, the cellular structures Dr. Reynolds had detected, it was all connected. They weren't just hunting us. They were converting us, slowly altering our biology with each breath of their living mist. The missing hikers hadn't been killed. They'd been transformed, recruited into something that was neither fully human nor entirely alien. As understanding dawned, I realized why the disappearances followed 23-year cycles. That's how long the transformation process took. The cocoons weren't prisons. they were chrysalises. And somewhere in that organic matrix, wrapped in pulsing tissue, were people who had entered these caves decades ago and were still changing into something else. The creatures had been patient, methodical, building their numbers slowly over the centuries. But now, with modern equipment and increased park traffic, they had the opportunity to accelerate their plans. We weren't just hikers who had stumbled into their territory. We were the next phase of their evolution. Escape from the cave was only the beginning of our nightmare. The creatures didn't pursue us immediately, they didn't need to. The fog that filled our lungs with each desperate breath was already doing their work, slowly altering our body chemistry with microscopic organisms that rewrote our cellular structure. We were being changed from the inside out, transformed into something that would serve their collective needs. Peter was the first to show symptoms. His photographs from the cave had captured more than just images. The camera's digital sensors had recorded electromagnetic frequencies that human eyes couldn't perceive. When he reviewed the pictures on his camera's LCD screen, the patterns triggered something in his visual cortex. He began to see things that weren't there, or perhaps things that had always been there but invisible to unchanged human perception. "There are so many of them," he whispered, pointing his camera at empty patches of fog. "They're everywhere, just watching us." I looked through his camera's viewfinder and felt my stomach drop. The fog was alive with movement, dozens of tall, ethereal figures standing motionless among the trees, their glowing eyes fixed on us with patient hunger. They were invisible to normal sight, but the camera's sensors revealed their true numbers. We were surrounded by an army of creatures that existed partially outside our dimensional perception. Lydia's transformation manifested differently. Her enhanced hearing began picking up sounds in frequency ranges beyond human capability. She could hear their communications, complex ultrasonic patterns that carried meaning across vast distances. The creatures were coordinating their hunt with the efficiency of a military operation, positioning themselves throughout the mountain's trail system to cut off any possible escape route. "They're not just hunting us," she said, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and fascination. "They're hunting everyone on the mountain. Every hiker, every climber, every person who breathes their fog. This is a mass harvesting event." My own changes were more subtle but perhaps more disturbing. I found myself understanding the patterns carved into the cave walls, comprehending the alien script as if it were a language I'd always known. The symbols told a story of patient infiltration, of a species that had learned to mimic humanity while slowly replacing it from within. They had been among us for centuries, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. The fog intensified as night fell, becoming so thick it seemed to have physical weight. Our flashlights were useless. The beam would travel perhaps 2 feet before being absorbed completely. We were forced to navigate by touch and instinct, following what we hoped were familiar trails back toward the ranger station. That's when the real hunt began. The creatures moved through their element with perfect silence, stalking us through the fog like wolves tracking wounded prey. But they had evolved beyond simple predators. They were psychological hunters, using our own fears and memories against us with surgical precision. Peter heard his mother's voice calling from the mist, pleading for help in the exact tone she'd used during her final illness years earlier. The voice led him in circles, always just out of reach, until he was sobbing with exhaustion and grief. Only Lydia's enhanced hearing saved him. She could detect the ultrasonic frequencies that revealed the creature's true location, allowing us to guide him away from the trap. My own torment came in the form of Sarah's voice, speaking words she never had the chance to say. The creature had somehow accessed my deepest regrets, my unspoken guilt about the avalanche that had taken her life. It knew exactly which emotional wounds to probe, which memories would cause the most psychological damage. "Derek, you could have saved me," Sarah's voice whispered from the fog. "You knew the conditions were dangerous, but you let me go anyway. You wanted me to die." The accusation hit me like a physical blow because part of me believed it was true. I had seen the weather reports, noticed the wind patterns that suggested unstable snow conditions. But Sarah had been so excited about the climbing expedition, so determined to reach the summit, that I hadn't wanted to disappoint her. Lydia grabbed my arm as I started walking toward the voice. "It's not her," she said firmly. "They're inside your head, using your memories against you. Fight it." But the psychological assault was relentless. The creatures had perfect access to our thoughts and memories through the organic compounds we'd been breathing. They knew our weaknesses, our deepest fears, our most painful losses. And they used that knowledge with the calculating precision of expert interrogators. The abandoned fire lookout tower offered temporary refuge, but even there we weren't safe. The creatures surrounded the building, their forms barely visible through the fog-covered windows. They didn't try to break in immediately. Instead, they began a campaign of psychological warfare that nearly drove us insane. They mimicked the voices of everyone we'd ever lost, every person whose death we felt responsible for. Dr. Reynolds' voice joined the chorus, begging us to save him, describing in graphic detail what was being done to him in the caves below. The sound came from everywhere at once, above us, below us, inside the walls themselves. Peter set up his camera to record the activity outside, and what he captured defied explanation. The creatures weren't just physically present, they existed across multiple dimensional frequencies simultaneously. His equipment recorded them as translucent overlays, ghostly figures that occupied the same space as our reality, while extending into realms beyond human perception. "They're not entirely from our world," he whispered, reviewing the footage with shaking hands. "They're multidimensional beings, existing partially in our reality and partially in something else. That's how they can appear and disappear so quickly." The revelation explained their incredible abilities, their speed, their apparent teleportation, their resistance to physical injury. They weren't bound by the same physical laws that constrain purely three-dimensional beings. They could move through space in ways that seemed impossible because they had access to dimensions we couldn't perceive. As dawn approached, the fog began to change. Instead of thinning with the rising sun, it became more active, swirling in patterns that seemed almost purposeful. The creatures were preparing for the final phase of their hunt, gathering their forces for a coordinated assault that would leave no survivors. Through his transformed vision, Peter could see their true numbers, hundreds of creatures moving through the fog like a vast army. They had been patient, methodical, allowing us to believe we had a chance of escape while slowly tightening the noose. Now, with the dawn, they were ready to complete their harvest. "We're not getting out of this alive," I said, the weight of realization settling over me like a shroud. But even as despair threatened to overwhelm us, I noticed something in the creatures' behavior that gave me hope. They were avoiding certain areas, specific trees, particular rock formations, places where the ancient totems had been carved. The symbols we'd seen weren't just warnings. They were protective wards, markers of boundaries the creatures couldn't or wouldn't cross. If we could reach the river that cut through the valley below, if we could get beyond their territorial boundaries, we might have a chance. But first, we would have to survive their final assault, the culminating hunt that would determine whether humanity learned of their existence, or became their next victims. The fog pressed against the windows like hungry hands, and somewhere in its gray depths, inhuman voices began to chant in frequencies that made our bones ache with resonance. The final hunt was about to begin. The fire lookout tower shook as something massive struck its foundation. Through the fog-shrouded windows, I could see shapes moving with predatory grace, dozens of creatures positioning themselves for a coordinated assault. They had abandoned their patient stalking in favor of overwhelming force, and the building's aged wooden structure wouldn't hold them for long. Peter's camera had become more than just documentation equipment. The electromagnetic frequencies it recorded seemed to disrupt the creatures' multidimensional abilities, forcing them to exist more solidly in our reality where they were vulnerable to physical damage. But the effect was temporary, and using the flash drained the battery quickly. "I can see their weak points," Peter whispered, reviewing his footage frame by frame. "When they're forced into our dimensional frequency, there's a spot at the base of their skull where the transformation is incomplete. That's where they're mortal." The information came at a terrible cost. Each flash of his camera brought them closer to complete dimensional collapse, but it also made them more aggressive, more desperate. They began throwing themselves against the building's walls with increasing violence, their claws leaving deep gouges in the century-old timber. Lydia's enhanced hearing picked up their communication patterns, the ultrasonic coordination that allowed them to hunt as a collective organism. They're not just individual creatures, she realized. They're nodes in a larger network, controlled by some kind of central intelligence. If we can disrupt their communication, we might be able to break their coordination. But disruption meant getting close enough to use Peter's camera effectively, and that required leaving our shelter. The creatures had demonstrated they could exist partially outside our reality, but maintaining that state required enormous energy. If we forced them to become fully physical, they would be vulnerable, but also infinitely more dangerous. The attack came at dawn, though dawn was barely distinguishable through the fog that had thickened to the consistency of gray soup. The first creature broke through the lookout's main door, its elongated form flowing like liquid mercury as it squeezed through the opening. Up close, its alien nature was even more disturbing, skin that seemed to shift between solid matter and ethereal mist, eyes that held depths no earthly creature should possess, and a mouth that could unhinge to reveal rows of teeth designed for purposes I didn't want to contemplate. I met it with my father's ice axe, the steel blade connecting with its skull in a spray of luminescent fluid that burned my hands like acid. The creature shrieked, a sound that existed across multiple frequency ranges simultaneously, causing the building's windows to shatter and sending waves of pain through my nervous system. More of them poured through the breach, their forms adapting to the confined space with impossible flexibility. Peter's camera flashed repeatedly, each burst of light causing the creatures to solidify further, making them easier targets, but also more physically dangerous. Lydia wielded a heavy flashlight like a club, its focus beam causing the creatures to recoil as if the light itself were painful. They're photophobic in this dimension, she shouted over the chaos. Normal light disrupts their molecular cohesion. We fought our way toward the tower's emergency exit, leaving a trail of luminescent fluid and shattered equipment in our wake. The creatures we'd injured didn't die. They began to break apart into component molecules that rejoined the fog, becoming part of the collective consciousness that surrounded us. The stairs down from the tower were treacherous in the thick mist, but the creatures' fear of light gave us an advantage. Our flashlights created a small bubble of safety that allowed us to descend toward the valley floor. Behind us, the lookout tower collapsed as more creatures poured into it, their combined mass too much for the aged structure to support. Peter stumbled and fell, his camera skittering across the rocky ground. Without his equipment, we lost our ability to force the creatures into our dimensional frequency. They immediately became more ethereal, harder to target, able to strike from angles that defied three-dimensional geometry. One of them flowed around Lydia like smoke, its partially corporeal claws raking across her back before she could turn to defend herself. She cried out in pain, but the sound that emerged from her throat wasn't entirely human. It contained harmonics that matched the creature's ultrasonic communications. The transformation was accelerating. The organic compounds in the fog weren't just changing our perception, they were rewriting our DNA, incorporating alien genetic sequences that would eventually make us compatible with their collective consciousness. We were becoming them, one breath at a time. I reached the river first, plunging into the icy water that ran down from the mountain's glacial peaks. The cold was shocking, but more importantly, the running water seemed to wash away the organic particles we'd been absorbing. The creatures stopped at the water's edge, unwilling or unable to cross the flowing barrier. Peter and Lydia followed, gasping as the frigid water purged the alien compounds from their systems. On the far bank, we could breathe normally for the first time in days. The fog thinned considerably near the river, as if the flowing water disrupted whatever process maintained the creature's environmental control. But our relief was temporary. Through the clearing mist, we could see the true scope of what we faced. The creatures hadn't just been hunting us. They'd been preparing for something much larger. Across the valley, emergency vehicles were arriving at the park's main entrance, their personnel walking directly into the fog without protective equipment. They're going after everyone, Lydia whispered. Rangers, search teams, anyone who responds to the missing persons reports. The creatures had learned to be patient, but they were also strategic. Each new victim would become part of their collective, adding human knowledge and capabilities to their alien intelligence. They were growing stronger with each person they converted, more capable of blending into human society. I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Taking my journal from its waterproof case, I tore out the pages documenting everything we'd witnessed and handed them to Lydia. "Get to the main road," I told her. "Find a way to contact the authorities, warn them what they're dealing with." "What are you doing?" she asked, though I think she already knew. "Someone has to go back," I said. "The caves, the breeding chambers, the central intelligence, it all has to be destroyed before they spread beyond this mountain." Peter grabbed my arm. "You'll never make it alone. That's suicide." He was probably right. But I'd been the ranger responsible for this mountain for 20 years. These were my trails, my responsibility, my failure. I couldn't let these things escape into the wider world because I'd been too cowardly to act. I waded back across the river, leaving Peter and Lydia on the far bank. The creatures were waiting for me, but their posture had changed. They no longer seemed to view me as prey. Instead, they watched with something that might have been respect, or perhaps anticipation. The fog embraced me like an old friend as I walked back toward the cave system. With each breath, I felt the alien compounds returning to my bloodstream, resuming their work of transformation. But now I welcomed the change. If I was going to stop them, I needed to understand them completely. By the time I reached the cave entrance, I could see them clearly without technological aid. The multidimensional creatures that existed between realities, the collective intelligence that had been slowly infiltrating humanity for centuries, the patient alien consciousness that viewed our species as raw material for its expansion. I could also see their weakness. The organic matrix that connected them, the living network that maintained their collective consciousness, was vulnerable to electromagnetic disruption. The cave system contained vast deposits of metallic ore that could be turned into a massive electrical conductor if subjected to the right stimulus. My father's ice axe felt different in my hands now, not just a tool, but an extension of my will. The steel blade hummed with potential energy as I approached the cave's power source, the central nervous system of their collective consciousness. The deeper chambers revealed the true horror of their operation. The organic matrix wasn't just preserving victims, it was processing them, breaking down human consciousness, and rebuilding it as part of their hive mind. Thousands of cocoons lined the walls, each one containing someone who had entered these mountains over the past century and never left. But they weren't dead. They were dreaming, their minds linked in an eternal network of shared consciousness that spanned dimensions. I could hear their voices now, whispers of hikers and climbers and rangers who had become part of something larger than individual existence. Some of them had been here so long they no longer remembered being human. The central intelligence hung from the ceiling like a massive neural web, pulsing with bioluminescent energy that coordinated every creature on the mountain. It was beautiful in its alien complexity, a living computer that processed information across multiple dimensional frequencies simultaneously. And it was aware of my presence. Derek Marshall. It spoke without words, its voice resonating directly in my consciousness. 20 years you have protected this mountain. Now you understand what you have truly been guarding. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. The Park Service, the official reports, the systematic cover-ups of disappearances, it hadn't been incompetence or bureaucratic blindness. Some elements within the government had known about the creatures all along, had been protecting them, feeding them, using their abilities for purposes I could barely comprehend. We are not invaders, the intelligence continued. We are evolution. Humanity has reached its limit as a species. We offer transcendence, unity, purpose beyond individual mortality. I could feel the truth in its words, the seductive logic of collective consciousness. No more loneliness, no more grief, no more fear of death. Just eternal connection to something vast and purposeful. The transformed part of my mind found the offer compelling. But the part that was still human, still Derek Marshall, still remembered Sarah's laugh and the weight of individual responsibility. I raised the ice axe toward the central intelligence, and the entire cave system shuddered as if the mountain itself were in pain. No, I said simply. The creatures rushed me from every direction, their forms shifting between dimensions as they attempted to stop what they recognized as an existential threat. But I was no longer entirely human myself. The transformation had given me access to their abilities, their multidimensional perception, their resistance to normal physical laws. I struck the central intelligence with everything I had, not just physical force, but the accumulated anger and grief and determination of 20 years protecting these mountains. The ice-axis steel blade conducted electrical energy from the metallic ore deposits, sending cascading feedback through their neural network. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The organic matrix began to convulse, electrical fires racing along its neural pathways as the creature's collective consciousness tore itself apart. The cocoons lining the walls split open, releasing their occupants in various stages of transformation. Some of them had been changed too completely to return to human form. They dissolved into component molecules, their individual consciousness already absorbed beyond recovery. But others, the more recent victims, gasped back to awareness as the network that had held them captive collapsed. The cave system began to collapse as well, centuries of alien architecture failing without the intelligence that had maintained it. I helped the survivors I could reach, guiding them toward the surface as rocks fell around us, and the mountain itself groaned in protest. The fog began to dissipate as we emerged, the countless creatures that had maintained it losing coherence as their central nervous system died. For the first time in weeks, natural sunlight penetrated the forest canopy, revealing the true scope of the destruction. Bodies lay scattered throughout the woods, not the missing hikers, but the creatures themselves, their multidimensional forms unable to maintain cohesion without their collective consciousness. They looked smaller in death, almost pitiful, their alien features softened by the morning light. I made it as far as the river before the transformation caught up with me. The alien compounds in my bloodstream had been too deeply integrated to be completely purged. I was changing, becoming something that was neither fully human nor entirely other. Peter and Lydia found me there, sitting by the water's edge with my journal in my hands. I had just enough time to tell them everything: the government conspiracy, the cyclical nature of the creature's breeding cycle, the locations of other sites around the world where similar intelligences might be dormant. Every 23 years, I whispered as my vision began to shift into frequencies beyond human perception. They'll try again, somewhere else. You have to be ready. The transformation completed itself as the sun reached its zenith. I felt my individual consciousness expand, touching the edges of something vast and alien, but also fundamentally changed by its contact with humanity. The creature's collective intelligence hadn't been entirely destroyed. It had been transformed, infected with human individuality and emotion. I became something new, a bridge between species, a guardian that could perceive both human and alien perspectives. The missing hikers who had been too changed to return to normal life joined me, forming a new kind of collective that valued individual consciousness while sharing collective knowledge. We made ourselves invisible to normal human perception, watching over the mountain as its original protectors had done, but with a different purpose. Where the alien intelligence had sought to consume humanity, we sought to protect it from threats beyond normal understanding. Years later, when Peter returned as a senior ranger, he would sometimes catch glimpses of us moving through the forest. He established new protocols based on the information in my journal, warning systems that could detect the electromagnetic signatures that preceded similar manifestations. The official reports blamed the disappearances on a series of cave-ins caused by seismic activity. The survivors who had been rescued from the collapsing cave system were debriefed by government agents and sworn to secrecy. Most of them tried to forget what they had experienced, but a few joined Peter and Lydia in maintaining vigilance against future incursions. The fog still comes to Mount Rainier during certain autumn months, but now it behaves according to natural atmospheric laws. The ancient totems remain in place, their warnings still valid, their protection still necessary. And somewhere in the deep forests, those of us who were changed continue our watch. We are no longer fully human, but we remember being human. We guard against the day when other alien intelligences might attempt what our predecessors failed to achieve. And we wait, patient as the mountains themselves, for the next cycle to begin. Because they will return. Perhaps not in 23 years, perhaps not to Mount Rainier, but somewhere, somewhen, humanity will face similar choices between individual consciousness and collective transcendence. When that time comes, we will be ready. The fog walkers have become something new, guardians born from the collision of two incompatible forms of existence, protectors who understand both the allure and the danger of losing oneself in something larger. The mountain keeps its secrets, as mountains always have. But now those secrets include guardians who were once human, watchers who remember what it means to be individual consciousness facing the infinite. We are the price of victory, the cost of protection, the living reminder that some boundaries should never be crossed. And in the fog that rises naturally from the valleys, in the mist that clings to morning forests, we continue our vigil, no longer human, not quite alien, but something that bridges the gap between worlds and stands guard against the darkness that waits beyond the edges of reality. The story ends, but the watch continues. In the space between dimensions, in the moments between heartbeats, we remain, the fog walkers of Mount Rainier, eternal sentinels born from humanity's refusal to surrender its individual soul to collective oblivion. My name's Elijah Cade, and in 1999, I worked for the Department of Homeland Security investigating missing persons cases near the Canadian border, just outside a little-known town called Fort Kent, Maine. Fort Kent's one of those places where folks leave their doors unlocked and wave to passing cars, assuming everyone's friendly. The kind of town where the local diner serves coffee so strong it could wake the dead, and everyone knows everyone else's business before they know it themselves. But that all changed after reports started piling up of people who had just stopped being there. No traces, no clues, just gone. The files on my desk had grown thick with testimonies that read like ghost stories. A family of 3 from Boston, last seen buying supplies at the general store. A solo hiker from Vermont, her backpack found empty by the trailhead, all her gear mysteriously returned to perfect order, as if she'd never packed it. An elderly couple celebrating their 40th anniversary, their rental car discovered with the engine still running, doors wide open, dinner still warm in take-out containers on the dashboard. I'd been in the game long enough to know when something wasn't adding up. People don't just walk off into the wilderness and erase themselves from the map. It's always messier than that: footprints, torn fabric, blood, something. Bodies leave evidence, even when people don't want them to. In my 15 years with the department, I'd seen everything from elaborate staging meant to look like disappearances to actual abductions that left crime scenes that told stories in their own brutal language. But not in Fort Kent. Here, it was as if the land itself swallowed them whole, digesting every trace of their existence until nothing remained but paperwork and grief. I arrived in town around noon, my government sedan looking absurdly official against the backdrop of pickup trucks and rusted sedans. The atmosphere was already thick with the kind of silence that made my skin prickle, not the comfortable quiet of rural life, but something heavier, more oppressive. It reminded me of the silence that falls over a forest just before a storm, when even the insects seem to hold their breath. The few people I passed on the street averted their eyes, hurrying along with the practiced urgency of those who'd learned not to linger in open spaces. The town itself seemed smaller than it should have been, as if buildings had been quietly disappearing along with the people. Empty lots stood where storefronts should have been, marked only by concrete foundations that crumbled at the edges like broken teeth. Even the main street felt hollow, with more "for sale" and "closed" signs than actual businesses. The lucky few establishments still operating had their windows covered with newspaper or cardboard, creating an eerie uniformity that made the whole place feel like a movie set dressed for abandonment. I checked in with the local sheriff, a man named Hayes who looked like he'd been carved out of the woods himself, tall, wiry, with the kind of eyes that had seen too much. His office reeked of stale coffee and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. The walls were covered with missing person flyers, their faces staring down at me with expressions frozen in happier times. Some of the photos were so faded they looked like they'd been hanging there for years, the paper curling at the edges and spotted with what might have been water damage or something worse. He didn't mince words. You're not going to find much, Hayes said, leaning against his beat-up cruiser. The vehicle looked like it had been through a war, its paint scratched and dented, one headlight held in place with electrical tape. We've had 8 people go missing, and there's not a damn trace of any of them. It's like they just walked off the face of the earth. 8. I raised an eyebrow. My last briefing had mentioned 5. The discrepancy sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the October air. When did the count change? Yeah, another 3 in the last month. Hayes continued, his voice taking on a hollow quality that made me think he'd repeated these words many times before. All tourists, campers, or loners passing through. People who won't be missed right away. It's almost like the forest picks them off, selecting the ones who won't cause too much fuss when they don't come home. The way he said it, casual and matter-of-fact, made my blood run cold. This wasn't the voice of a man concerned about his community's safety. This was the voice of someone who'd made peace with something terrible. I kept my voice steady, though his words set my instincts on edge. Mind if I take a look at the spots where they were last seen? Hayes nodded, but there was something reluctant in the gesture, as if he was hoping I'd change my mind. I'll take you up there, but don't expect much. It's like they were never here to begin with. The forest has a way of cleaning up after itself, if you know what I mean. I didn't know what he meant, and that was precisely what worried me. We drove in silence, his cruiser bumping along gravel roads that snaked through the dense woods surrounding Fort Kent. The forest seemed to press closer to the road with each mile, ancient pines and gnarled oaks creating a canopy so thick that it turned midday into twilight. I scanned the scenery, taking in the towering pines and thick underbrush, noting how the trees seemed to lean inward over the road as if they were trying to close it off entirely. The deeper we went, the more wrong everything felt. The trees themselves seemed diseased, their bark blackened and weeping some kind of dark sap that stained the trunks like dried blood. Many of the branches hung at unnatural angles, as if they'd been deliberately broken and left to heal crooked. The underbrush was too thick, too uniform, creating walls of vegetation that would be impossible to penetrate on foot. It was the kind of place where getting lost seemed not just easy, but inevitable. Even more disturbing was the complete absence of wildlife. In 15 years of investigating cases in rural areas, I'd never been in a forest so utterly devoid of animal sounds. No birdsong, no rustling of small mammals, no buzz of insects. Just the steady rumble of the cruiser's engine and the crunch of gravel under the tires. It was as if every living thing had fled, leaving only the trees to stand witness to whatever happened here. Hayes pulled up near a secluded trailhead and cut the engine, and the silence that followed was so complete it seemed to have physical weight. Last one went missing just off this path, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. A couple reported seeing a man out here, looked like he was, I don't know, waiting. But he vanished before anyone could get close. Like smoke, they said. There 1 second, gone the next. We stepped out, and the silence settled back in, thick and oppressive. Even the wind seemed muted here, unable to penetrate the dense canopy above. The air itself felt different, heavier, with an odd metallic taste that made my mouth feel dry. I found myself breathing shallowly, as if the atmosphere might be toxic. I followed Hayes as he led the way, every step feeling like it might be my last normal one. The trail wound deeper into the forest, narrowing as the trees grew closer together. What little sunlight managed to filter through the canopy cast everything in a sickly green glow that made the shadows seem deeper and more substantial than they should have been. Branches caught at my jacket with an almost deliberate persistence, and more than once I had to stop to untangle myself from thorns that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The path itself was wrong too. It was too worn for the amount of foot traffic Fort Kent could possibly generate, worn down to bare earth that was packed hard as concrete. But there were no footprints, no tire tracks from maintenance vehicles, no signs that anyone had actually walked this way in years. It was as if the path maintained itself, or something else maintained it. Then, we came to a small clearing, barely noticeable if you didn't know where to look. The trees formed an almost perfect circle around a patch of ground that was completely barren, no grass, no weeds, no fallen leaves. Just bare earth that looked like it had been swept clean. The air here was even heavier, with an underlying scent of decay that made my stomach turn. Hayes stopped, pointing to the ground with a gesture that seemed almost ritualistic. "This is where they last saw him. We scoured every inch of this place, and there's nothing. No footprints, no signs of a struggle. Just emptiness." His voice had taken on that hollow quality again, and I noticed that he wouldn't step into the clearing itself, remaining carefully on the path. I crouched down, scanning the dirt and underbrush for anything out of place. But he was right. The clearing was unnaturally clean, as if someone, or something, had deliberately erased all evidence of human presence. The earth itself looked wrong, too uniform in color and texture, like it had been replaced rather than cleaned. Still, something felt wrong beyond the obvious wrongness of the place. My gut told me there was more to this than simple disappearances. I'd learned to trust that feeling over the years. It had saved my life more than once. This place felt hungry, if that made any sense. Like it was waiting for something. I stayed behind after Hayes left, wanting to get a feel for the place alone. He'd been reluctant to leave me, mumbling something about how people shouldn't be in the woods by themselves, but I'd insisted. I needed to experience this place without his nervous energy affecting my judgment. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that settles deep in your bones and makes you hyper-aware of your own heartbeat. But it wasn't empty quiet. It was expectant quiet, like the moment before a predator pounces. Every few minutes, I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, but when I'd turn to look, there would be nothing but trees and shadows. Then I heard it, a faint rustling just beyond the clearing. I stood still, listening, straining to make out any sound over my own breathing and the almost inaudible whisper of whine through the upper branches. The rustling grew louder, more distinct, with a rhythm that was almost like footsteps but not quite. Too irregular, too dragging. The sound stopped altogether, leaving a silence so complete it made my ears ring. "Hello?" I called out, more out of instinct than expectation. My voice seemed to die just a few feet from my mouth, absorbed by the oppressive atmosphere. There was no answer, but I could have sworn I saw something move in the shadows between the trees. Something that looked human in shape but moved wrong, with joints that bent in directions that shouldn't have been possible. It was there for just a moment, then gone, leaving me wondering if I'd seen anything at all. The hours ticked by as I searched the area, finding nothing but that gnawing sense of unease that seemed to grow stronger with each passing minute. The shadows lengthened and shifted in ways that didn't match the movement of the sun, and more than once I found myself backing away from patches of darkness that seemed too deep, too solid. By the time I made my way back to my car, the sun was setting, casting long, twisted shadows over the forest that seemed to reach for me like gnarled fingers. The temperature had dropped significantly, and my breath came out in visible puffs that hung in the still air longer than they should have. As I walked back along the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that the path had changed somehow, that branches that had been on my left were now on my right, that clearings I'd passed were no longer there. I drove back to town with my headlights cutting through a darkness that seemed thicker than normal night. In the rearview mirror, the forest looked like a solid wall of black, and I could have sworn I saw pale shapes moving between the trees, keeping pace with my vehicle. Back at the small motel I was holed up in, I reviewed the case files by the light of a flickering desk lamp. The building itself felt wrong. Too many empty rooms, too many hallways that led to nothing. The walls were thin enough that I should have heard other guests, but the silence was complete, broken only by the occasional creak of settling wood that sounded almost like footsteps. Each disappearance was eerily similar. Lone hikers, small groups, even an entire family of 3. They'd all vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions and belongings that were invariably found arranged with disturbing precision. The strangest part was that none of them had been carrying much, as if they'd intended to return within a few hours. But they never did. The more I read, the more patterns emerged. Every disappearance had occurred during the day, usually between noon and 4 p.m. Every victim had been alone at the moment of vanishing, even if they'd been part of a group. Somehow, they'd all wandered off by themselves just before they disappeared. And in every case, Witnesses reported seeing the person acting strangely in the hours before they vanished, as if they were listening to something no one else could hear. Most disturbing of all were the detailed descriptions of the victim's behavior in those final hours. They'd all become fixated on the forest, staring into the trees with an intensity that made observers uncomfortable. Several witnesses described the missing persons as seeming called or summoned, moving toward the tree line with a purposefulness that suggested they knew exactly where they were going. The family of 3 had been particularly unsettling. The parents had taken their young daughter on what was supposed to be a simple day hike. According to the lone witness who'd encountered them on the trail, all 3 had been walking in perfect single file, moving deeper into the forest with mechanical precision. When called out to, they turned in unison, their faces completely blank, their eyes reflecting light like animals' eyes. They'd stared at the witness for several long seconds before continuing on their way, disappearing around a bend in the trail. The witness had waited for them to return, growing increasingly concerned as hours passed. When he'd finally worked up the courage to follow their path, he'd found it led to a dead end, a sheer rock face with no way through. There was no sign of the family, no indication of where they could have gone. The trail simply ended, as if they'd walked through solid stone. Sleep came fitfully that night, filled with dreams of empty forests and hollow-eyed figures that moved through the shadows just beyond the edge of vision. I woke several times to the sound of scratching at my window, but when I looked, there was nothing there but darkness and the reflection of my own haunted face. The next morning, I returned to the forest, this time with more gear and a determination to get answers. I'd brought a digital camera, several spare batteries, a GPS unit, and enough supplies for a full day of investigation. I'd also made sure someone knew where I was going. I'd left a detailed message with my supervisor back at headquarters, complete with coordinates and a timeline. As I trudged through the underbrush, following a different path this time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was subtle at first, just a prickling on the back of my neck, but it grew stronger with each step. The sensation was so intense that I found myself stopping every few minutes to scan the trees, looking for any sign of an observer. The forest seemed different in the morning light, but not better. If anything, it was more unsettling. The shadows were sharper, more defined, creating pockets of darkness that my eyes couldn't penetrate. The silence was even more complete, if such a thing were possible, and the air had that same metallic taste that made my mouth feel dry and unpleasant. Then I heard it again, the rustling, closer this time and more deliberate. It had a rhythm to it, like something large moving carefully through the underbrush. I whipped around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. Just shadows and branches swaying in a wind I couldn't feel. I pressed on, my hand resting on the grip of my sidearm. The weight of the weapon was reassuring, though I had a growing suspicion that conventional tools might not be much use here. Whatever was happening in these woods, it didn't follow normal rules. After another hour of searching along an overgrown path that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at it, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. A shoe, half buried in the dirt, its laces tangled and frayed. But it wasn't the shoe itself that disturbed me. It was the way it had been placed. The shoe was positioned perfectly upright, as if someone had carefully arranged it as a marker or a sign. The surrounding area had been cleared of debris in a perfect circle about 3 feet in diameter. Leaves, twigs, and other forest litter had been swept away so thoroughly that the bare earth beneath was visible, packed down hard and smooth. I knelt down, examining the shoe more closely, and found a faint smear of what looked like dried blood on the sole. But the blood wasn't random, it formed a pattern, almost like symbols or letters, though I couldn't make out what they might mean. The shoe itself was expensive, well-made, the kind a serious hiker would wear. But it showed no signs of normal wear, no scuffs or dirt that would indicate it had been worn for any significant distance. My heart pounded as I scanned the area, looking for any sign of a struggle, or any clue about what had happened to the shoe's owner. The clearing around the shoe was wrong in the same way the other clearing had been wrong, too clean, too deliberately arranged. It was like a stage set, prepared for some performance I couldn't understand. That's when I heard it, A low, chilling chuckle from somewhere behind me. The sound seemed to come from multiple directions at once, echoing off the trees in a way that made it impossible to locate its source. I spun around, gun drawn, but there was no one there. Just the trees and the silence, and that sense of being watched by something that found my fear amusing. I stood there, heart hammering, every nerve on edge, the weight of my weapon suddenly feeling inadequate against whatever was out here. The chuckling had stopped, but the presence remained, closer now, more focused, as if my discovery of the shoe had triggered some kind of response. Then, a voice, low and mocking, drifted through the trees. "You're not the first to come looking. And you won't be the last." The voice was close, too close, but I couldn't see where it was coming from. It seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, from the shadows between the trunks, from the very air around me. The words were clear but somehow distorted, as if they were being filtered through something that wasn't quite human. I backed up slowly, keeping my gun raised, my eyes darting from tree to tree, searching for any sign of the speaker. The voice had been male, I thought, but there was something wrong with it, something that made my skin crawl. It was too controlled, too deliberate, like someone speaking a language they'd learned but never quite mastered. The forest around me seemed to respond to the voice, the shadows deepening and the silence becoming even more oppressive. Even the air felt different, thicker, with that metallic taste becoming so strong it made me want to gag. Whatever was out here, it was getting closer. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure slipping through the shadows like smoke, there and gone again before I could focus on it properly. It moved wrong, with a fluid motion that suggested joints that bent in ways human joints shouldn't. When it stopped, partially visible behind a massive pine, I could make out the rough outline of a man. The figure was tall and lean, with a wild, unkempt appearance that made my skin crawl. Its clothes were torn and stained with dirt and something darker, something that looked like it might once have been blood but had dried to a rusty brown. The fabric hung in tatters, as if it had been shredded by thorns or claws, and what skin was visible was pale to the point of being almost translucent. But it was the eyes that truly disturbed me. Even from a distance, even in the dim forest light, I could see that they were wrong. They reflected light like an animal's eyes, glowing with an internal luminescence that had nothing to do with the sun filtering through the canopy. They were fixed on me with an intensity that made me feel like prey. "You don't belong here," the figure said, its voice that same distorted rasp that seemed to blend with the wind. The words came from its direction, but they seemed to echo from all around me, as if the forest itself was speaking. None of them did. "Who are you?" I demanded, my gun trained on the center of its mass. My voice sounded thin and weak in the oppressive atmosphere, absorbed by the trees before it could travel more than a few feet. The figure laughed, and the sound was worse than its voice, a hollow, humorless sound that seemed to strip away something essential from the air around me. "Just a caretaker," it said, taking a step closer. When it moved, I could see that its feet didn't quite touch the ground, that it seemed to glide rather than walk, keeping things the way they should be. Before I could react, it lunged forward, moving faster than should have been possible for anything human. Its hand reached for something at its side, and I caught a glimpse of metal, some kind of blade or tool that gleamed with the same unnatural light as its eyes. I fired, the shot echoing through the trees like thunder, but it dodged with impossible speed, disappearing into the shadows like it had been born from them. The gunshot seemed to trigger something in the forest around me. The silence that had been so oppressive suddenly broke, replaced by a rustling, creaking sound that came from every direction at once. It was the sound of many things moving through the underbrush, all converging on my location. I stumbled back, heart racing, realizing too late that the figure had drawn me into a trap. All around me, the shadows moved, shifting and coalescing as more figures emerged from between the trees. Men and women, their faces blank and their eyes hollow, as if they'd lost whatever humanity they once had. Their clothes were in the same tattered condition as the first figures, and they all moved with that same wrong, gliding motion. But these weren't quite the same as the first figure. These looked more human, more like people who had once been normal, but had been changed by something terrible. Their skin had the same translucent quality, but it was marked with dark veins that showed through like a roadmap of corruption. Their movements were less fluid, more jerky, as if they were marionettes being controlled by an inexperienced puppeteer. As they emerged from the shadows, I could see that there were far more of them than the 8 missing persons on file. Dozens of figures surrounded me, forming a loose circle that tightened with each passing second. Some wore clothes I recognized from the missing persons reports: a red flannel shirt, a distinctive hiking boot, a baseball cap with a local team logo. Others wore older clothing, styles from decades past, as if they'd been here far longer than the recent disappearances. I backed up, firing at the nearest figure, but my bullets seemed to pass through them without effect. They didn't even flinch, just kept coming with that relentless, silent approach. Their hollow eyes were fixed on me with a kind of hunger that chilled me to the bone, not the hunger for food, but something deeper and more terrible. Panic clawed at my throat as I realized I was outnumbered, trapped in a forest that seemed to swallow all sound and light. The figures were close enough now that I could see the details of their transformation, the way their fingernails had grown into claw-like appendages, the way their teeth had elongated into sharp points, the way their skin seemed to ripple and shift as if something was moving beneath it. One of them, wearing the remains of a park ranger uniform, opened its mouth and made a sound that was part whisper, part hiss. Others began to echo the sound, creating a chorus of inhuman noise that made my bones ache. The sound seemed to penetrate my skull, making it difficult to think, to focus, to maintain any sense of direction or purpose. I broke into a run, dodging between the figures as they reached for me with those transformed hands. Their fingers brushed against my jacket, and even through the fabric, I could feel an unnatural cold that seemed to seep into my bones. The touch left dark stains on the material, as if their very essence was corrosive. I tore through the forest, dodging branches and roots, my lungs burning from the effort and the strange, toxic air. Behind me, the figures followed, their footsteps eerily silent despite their numbers. When I risked a glance back, I saw them moving through the trees like smoke, their forms becoming indistinct and then solidifying again, as if they existed only partially in the physical world. The forest itself seemed to be working against me. Branches appeared out of nowhere to catch at my clothes and skin. Roots rose up to trip me. The path I'd followed into the woods seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving me running blindly through increasingly dense undergrowth. I didn't stop until I'd burst out onto the main road, gasping for breath, my body aching from the desperate sprint. The normal world hit me like a physical blow, the sound of a car engine in the distance, the feel of asphalt under my feet, the clean taste of air that didn't carry that metallic taint. For a moment, I almost collapsed from relief. I didn't dare look back as I raced to my car, fumbling for the keys with shaking hands. But as I sped away from the forest, I couldn't resist checking the rearview mirror. They were there, standing at the edge of the trees like a line of sentinels, watching me with those empty, hollow eyes. Even at a distance, even through the mirror, their gaze felt like ice water in my veins. Back in Fort Kent, I went straight to the sheriff's office, my mind reeling from what I'd experienced. The normal world of the small town felt surreal after my encounter in the forest. The warm lights in windows, the sounds of normal human activity, the absence of that oppressive silence that had weighed on me in the woods. Hayes was waiting for me, as if he'd known I would return in this state. He looked older than he had that morning, more worn down, and there was something in his eyes that I hadn't noticed before, a kind of resigned knowledge that made my stomach turn. I reported everything to Hayes, describing the figures, the voice, the impossible things I'd witnessed. But his face remained impassive throughout my account, as if he'd heard it all before. He listened without interruption, occasionally nodding, but never showing the shock or disbelief I expected. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window toward the forest that loomed dark against the evening sky. Finally, he spoke, his voice heavy with something that might have been regret. "You're lucky you got out," he said quietly. "Most don't." The casual way he said it, the matter-of-fact acceptance, sent a chill through me. "You know what's out there?" I said. It wasn't a question. Hayes nodded slowly, His weathered face creased with lines that seemed deeper in the fading light. "We've always known. My father knew, his father before him. This town's been dealing with this for generations. The disappearances aren't new, they're just more frequent now." "Then why haven't you reported it? Why haven't you called for help?" He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Help from who? You think anyone would believe what you just told me? You think anyone would believe what I could tell you?" He gestured toward the missing persons flyers on the wall. "We report what we can, the facts that make sense. People went missing in the woods. That's all anyone wants to hear. But the figures in the forest were people once. People just like the ones on those flyers." Hayes's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "The forest takes them, changes them. Makes them into something else. Guardians, maybe, or collectors. I don't pretend to understand it." The implications of what he was saying hit me like a physical blow. How many people know about this? Everyone who's lived here long enough. You don't survive in Fort Kent without learning the rules. Don't go into the woods alone. Don't go into the woods after dark. Don't go into the woods when they call to you. He looked directly at me, and I saw fear in his eyes, not fear of what was in the forest, but fear of what I might do with this knowledge. "And you just accept it? What choice do we have? We tried fighting it, back in my grandfather's time. Lost half the town. The things in the forest, they're not evil exactly, they're just doing what they were made to do. Long as we respect their territory, they mostly leave us alone." "Mostly?" Hayes was quiet for a long moment, then pulled out a bottle from his desk drawer and poured himself a drink. He offered me one, and I took it, my hands still shaking from the encounter in the woods. "Every so often, someone comes through who doesn't know the rules. Tourists, hikers, investigators." He looked at me pointedly. "The forest calls to them, just like it called to you today. Most of them answer the call. Join the watchers in the trees." The whiskey burned, but it helped steady my nerves. "The shoe I found belonged to a hiker from last month. State investigator, just like you. Thought he was smarter than the forest." Hayes finished his drink and set the glass down with a sharp click. "They always leave something behind, the ones who get taken. A shoe, a piece of clothing, sometimes just hair or fingernails. Like a calling card, or maybe a warning. There has to be something we can do. Some way to stop this." Hayes shook his head. "You don't stop something that's been here longer than memory. You learn to live with it, or you join it. Those are the only choices." I spent that night in my motel room, but sleep was impossible. Every sound made me jump: the settling of the building, the wind in the trees outside, the distant call of night birds that might not have been birds at all. The whiskey helped, but not enough. I found myself standing at the window, staring out at the forest that surrounded the town like a living wall. In the darkness between the trees, I could see lights moving. Pale, cold lights that drifted through the shadows like will-o'-the-wisps. Sometimes they came close to the edge of the woods, close enough that I could almost make out shapes, human shapes that moved with that same wrong, gliding motion I'd seen earlier. Around 3 in the morning, I heard scratching at my window. Soft at first, then more insistent. When I worked up the courage to look, I saw a face pressed against the glass, one of the figures from the forest, its hollow eyes reflecting the light from my room. It mouthed something at me, words I couldn't hear through the glass but somehow understood. "Join us. It's easier if you don't fight." I closed the curtains and sat in the darkness until dawn, my service weapon in my lap, knowing that it would be useless if they really wanted to get me. The next morning, I packed my bags and prepared to leave Fort Kent. There was nothing more I could do here, no case to solve, no criminals to catch, no justice to serve. Just an ancient evil that had learned to coexist with the people who fed it, and people who had learned that survival sometimes required terrible compromises. I left Fort Kent the next day, filing a report that mentioned unexplained disappearances and recommended that the area be designated as dangerous for civilian access. I suggested increased patrols and better warning signs, knowing that these measures would do nothing to address the real problem but might save a few lives. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd only scratched the surface of something much darker and more complex than I could understand. The forest had let me go, but I knew it was a temporary reprieve. I'd seen too much, learned too much. Sooner or later, it would call to me, just as it had called to all the others. In my rearview mirror, Fort Kent disappeared behind the trees, swallowed up by the forest that surrounded it. But I could still see them, pale shapes moving between the trunks, keeping pace with my car as I fled. And maybe, just maybe, I recognized one of them. A tall figure in the remains of a state investigator's jacket, its hollow eyes fixed on me with something that might have been recognition or might have been hunger. I drove faster, but I knew it was already too late. The forest had marked me, just as it had marked all the others. And someday, when I least expected it, I would hear its call. And like everyone else who had ventured too deep into its shadows, I would have to choose between fighting a battle I couldn't win or joining the watchers who stand guard in the darkness between the trees. The case file on the Fort Kent disappearances remains open, but no other investigators have been assigned to it. The official recommendation is that the area is too dangerous for civilian access due to unstable terrain and frequent weather emergencies. The truth, of course, is something else entirely. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is still and the darkness presses close, I can hear it calling. A whisper in the shadows, a promise of peace for those who stop fighting and accept what they're meant to become. So far, I've been strong enough to resist. But I know that strength won't last forever. The forest is patient. It has all the time in the world.